Commissioner, the next witness in this case study is Mr. Bryn Jones.
Yes, Mr. Jones in the hearing room. You'd be good enough to come into the witness box, Mr. Jones.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Jones, would you prefer to make an oath or take an affirmation?
Take an oath.
Yes, would you be good enough to stand up then, please?
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Do sit down, Mr. Jones. Yes, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Commissioner. You are Bryn Jones, spelled
Correct.
B-R-Y-N-J-O-N-E-S.
Correct.
And your business address is at Marine Parade in Coolangatta in Queensland.
Correct.
And you are the Director of ACBF Group Holdings Proprietary Limited.
Correct.
Mr. Jones, you received a summons requiring your appearance before the Royal Commission.
I did.
Do you have a copy of that summons with you?
I do.
I tendered the summons, Commissioner.
Exhibit 4.145, summons to Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, you have prepared two statements in relation to the requests by the Commission. I'll deal with them separately. First of all, you prepared a statement dated the 13th of June 2018 in response to the Commission's rubric 4-02 and produced some 45 exhibits to that statement.
Correct.
You have a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
Now, I understand that there are some amendments you need to make to that statement. First of all, at paragraph 2.3, subparagraph E.
Correct.
And I understand that the amendment that you wish to make in the on the second last line of that paragraph is to delete the acronym ACBF and replace it with the words Crown Insurance Limited.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Can you make that amendment, or if you haven't already, and initial the amendment, please? And the second, have you done that? Thank you. And the second amendment that I understand you wish to make is to paragraph 23.1, subparagraph F on page 23.
Correct.
And in subparagraph Roman 2 of subparagraph F, I understand you wish to delete the words Supreme Court and replace them with the words Full Federal Court.
That's correct.
Would you make that amendment and initial it, please? Now, noting those amendments, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
I tendered the statement and the bundle of exhibits, Commissioner.
Statement and exhibits of Mr. Jones, 13 June 18, exhibit 4.146.
You have produced a second statement for the Commission dated the 11th of June 2018 in response to the Commission's rubric 4-10.
I have.
And there are 7 exhibits to that statement.
There are.
And I understand that you also need to make an amendment to this statement at paragraph 7.1.
I do.
Now, as I understand it, the amendment you wish to make is in the second sentence, beginning on the third line, beginning with "in the event of suicide," and it is to delete some words that refer to a different customer and not Mrs. Walsh, or Ms. Walsh. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And I understand that the amendment you wish to make will be such that the sentence will now read, "in the event of suicide or self-harm, comma, a full payout will not be made, but Ms. Walsh's payee would be entitled to a refund of the sum of premiums paid up to the benefit amount, bracket, e.g. $8,000, full stop.
That's correct. I'll get you to repeat that if that's all right.
I will, thank you. In the event of suicide or self-harm, comma, a full payout will not be made, but Ms Walsh's payee would be entitled to a refund of the sum of premiums paid up to the benefit amount, bracket, e.g. $8,000, close bracket, full stop.
Correct.
Could you initial that change to paragraph 7.1, please? That amendment being noted, is are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
I tender that statement and the exhibits, Commissioner.
Exhibit 4.147, the statement of Mr Jones and its exhibits 11 June 18.
If it please the Commission, that's the evidence in chief.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms Hall.
Mr Jones, you're a director of ACBF Group Holdings Proprietary Limited.
I am.
And what does the ACBF stand for in that corporate entity?
Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund.
And you were appointed a director relatively recently, on the 19th of November last year.
That is correct.
And you've been put forward by ACBF to give evidence about what you describe as the life policies offered by ACBF, as well as Ms Walsh's experiences with ACBF.
That's correct.
You're also CEO, is that right?
Yeah, around the similar time.
And what organisation are you CEO of?
The current ACBF administration, as well as ACBF Community Funeral Benefit Funds. Aboriginal Community Benefit Funeral Funds.
Sorry, I just want to understand which organisation you're a CEO of. You're a director of ACBF Group Holdings Proprietary Limited.
That is correct.
Which organisation are you CEO of?
ACBF Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited. Sorry.
Right. Now, you were appointed as CEO of that organisation, Mr Jones, as part of a management change, is that right?
That's correct.
You were appointed, we see from a media release that ACBF has issued within the last few days, to bring a fresh and transparent perspective to ACBF.
That's correct.
Why was a fresh and transparent perspective needed for ACBF, Mr Jones?
I think under some of the proceedings of the past, the management at the time, with media misrepresenting the company, they felt a need to restrict information being shared. My appointment, I believe in the company and what we're doing. We help lots of individuals, and basically I believe we've got nothing to hide, and that's where that perspective comes.
Just want to understand that. You say that as a result of proceedings in the past, the media misrepresented the work of your company.
That's correct.
In what way?
In terms of previous ASIC rulings and other legal challenges or changes to legislation which directly affected the operation of the business.
And how did the media misrepresent those matters, Mr Jones?
By insinuating that customers can pay up to $100,000 when that's financially impossible.
Are there any other ways in which you say the media misrepresented your organisation?
Not reflecting the true good that we do within the community.
Not reflecting?
The true good, the good that we do within the community in terms of the claims that we have paid out on, the representation that customers always pay in less than what they actually receive.
So, to make sure I understand this, after there had been what you describe as misrepresentations by the media about your company, you were brought in to do what? Basically,
there was a transition process. Obviously, over 25 years, the company hadn't necessarily changed with the times by way of technology. So my position was to help move and transition the company away from the technology blocks, but also bring the cultural differences into the company. And I immediately saw that there was a need to, with what had been reflected in the media and by some of the reflections with some of the cases that have been raised with the likes of FOS, that there was a position where we needed to really ensure that we were culturally on point. And I immediately, when I was appointed Director and CEO, I reached out to Aaron Davies of ICANN to get his perspective on how we could better communicate with our customer base and his perspective on what we could do to better the community as a whole. Since then, we also appointed a indigenous based organisation to run a cultural audit on the company, and we're following their leads on how we could ensure that our products were appropriate to the people that we were advertising and working for.
I want to come to that cultural audit, Mr. Jones, but before I leave this topic, the fresh and transparent perspective that you were brought in to achieve, do I take from that you accept that you were not transparent with your customers beforehand?
No, I think the perspective was to the media and to lock down some of the accusations that were being made against the organisation as a whole.
So this wasn't about your customers, it was about the way the media were portraying you?
Yeah, correct.
So you are part of a management change designed to respond to the media depiction of your organisation?
Yeah, there'd never properly been any advertising about the company. There was no rebuttals to media accusations, and basically I saw that there was a need to change that messaging and improve it.
You say there was no advertising about your products?
About the good that we do.
I
And
see.
nothing directly related to refuting some of the claims that were made in the media.
And that's part of what you're now doing, is that right?
That's the idea behind it, yes. Obviously, it's through a process. We've engaged in community organisations to ensure that we do that appropriately to the community in which we benefit.
And is it also by issuing media releases? We see that you've issued 3 media releases over the last week.
Yes.
That's part of this new strategy of rebutting what's being said about you in the media?
To ensure that the right message is being portrayed. It's hard with obviously the resources we have, and to ensure that we have the opportunity to have our say.
I want to come to those media releases, but before I move to those matters, I want to understand a bit more about your corporate structure, because you're not the only director of ACBF Group Holdings, are you?
No, I'm not.
There are 2 other directors.
Correct.
One of those is Mr. Jonathan Law,
That's correct.
and you tell us in your statement that Mr. Law is not involved in the management or day-to-day operations of the company.
Correct.
And the other is Mr. Ron Pattenden,
That's correct.
and Mr. Pattenden is the founder of ACBF.
That's correct.
And he's been a director since May 2013.
That's correct.
And you tell us in your statement that his appointment was made, and I quote you, simply to comply with legislative provisions with respect to the required number of directors.
From my understanding, it was before my time, so
That's why he was appointed a director.
I believe so.
And you say he has limited understanding and involvement in the day-to-day operations of the group.
Correct.
despite being the founder of the organisation.
That's correct.
Now, are any of the directors of ACBF Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
No, they're not.
Are any of the managers of ACBF Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
No, they're not.
Is ACBF an Aboriginal organisation?
It's a organisation that works for the benefit of those that self-identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander.
So it works for the benefit of those who identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders.
That's correct.
Is it an Aboriginal organisation?
What's the definition?
Well, I want you to, you interpret that term as you wish. Would you say yes or no to a descriptor of your organisation as an Aboriginal organisation?
It's not owned by an Aboriginal or a Torres Strait Islander. It is not run by an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. Is it the purpose behind it is to benefit those that are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander? Yes.
So it's not owned by or run by Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people, but you say the purpose behind it is to benefit Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
That's correct.
Does that, in your view, make it an Aboriginal organisation?
Not in my view.
Thank you. Is your organisation sponsored by or affiliated with any Aboriginal organisation?
No.
Are you sponsored by or affiliated with any governmental organisation?
No.
And the majority of staff at ACBF are not Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
We do have a number, but the majority would be no.
The majority are not?
No.
And how many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people do you employ, Mr Jones?
Those that have identified would be
Yes.
6.
I'm sorry?
6?
6. Out of how many staff?
28.
Thank you. Now, ACBF's been in business for more than 25 years, is that right?
Correct.
And ACBF policy holders can have one of 3 types of policy, is that right?
There are legacy products or policies that can be had. Right now there is the Aboriginal Community Funeral Plans and Community Funeral Plans.
But some of your policy holders still hold a legacy product, is that right?
Correct.
So there are 3 policy types in total.
Correct.
And ACBF offers each of those 3 types of policies through a different entity.
That's correct.
And ACBF Group Holdings Proprietary Limited is the sole or majority shareholder of each of those 3 entities.
That's correct.
Now, for each of those types of funeral insurance policy, ACBF is underwritten pursuant to the terms of a group life insurance policy through an offshore insurer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, before I turn to each of those 3 types of policies, I just want to make sure that I understand the terminology used by ACBF in the key documents that govern those policies. You've annexed those key documents to your statement. They are the plan rules and the information guide. Is that right?
Correct.
For each of the 3 types of policies.
Correct.
So you've annexed, as I understand it, the plan rules and the information guide for 2 of the types of policies. Does that sound right?
Not 100% sure, sorry.
Well, the documents use 3 particular terms that I want to make sure that I understand. The first term is plan holder. Now, is that the person who applies for and holds the funeral plan?
Correct.
Like Ms. Walsh?
Correct.
And the second term used in the documents is nominee.
Correct.
Is that the person nominated by the plan holder upon whose death ACBF will make a payout?
Correct.
So Ms. Walsh was also the nominee.
Correct.
And they're the person whose life is the subject of the policy. Is that right?
That's right.
So the nominee and the plan holder can be the same person, so that the person who has the plan is also the person whose life is the subject of the plan.
Correct.
It might be someone else as well if the plan holder takes out the plan to cover someone else's life.
Correct.
A parent for their child, for example. So an ACBF plan can have multiple nominees, is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, the third term that your documents use is payee. Is this the person who gets the payout on the nominee's death?
That's correct.
So the payee might be a relative of the nominee.
Yep.
And the idea is that on the death of the nominee, the payee gets a payout that they can direct towards expenses that are associated with the nominee's funeral.
Correct.
Okay. Now, who gets a copy of the plan rules and the information guide? The plan holder, the nominee, or the payee?
The plan holder.
The plan holder. Are they the only ones that get that?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, I want to turn to the three types of policy. The first one that you deal with in your statement is the Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund number 2. I'm going to call that Fund number 2. And Fund number 2 offered benefits in the event of death.
Correct.
And Fund number 2 hasn't accepted any new members since 2004.
Correct.
Why not, Mr. Jones?
Because of legislative changes.
Legislative changes? What legislative changes are you referring to?
To the full court hearing.
Are you referring to a court case brought against ACBF?
Yes, I am.
There was a federal court decision in 2004. Is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so.
That was a case brought by ASIC against Fund number 2. And that was a case in which ASIC alleged that Fund number 2 had breached Section 992 capital A of the Corporations Act, and that's a provision that prohibits a person from offering a financial product for sale in the course of or because of an unsolicited meeting with a person. That was the allegation made against Fund number 2.
To my knowledge.
And that provision is sometimes referred to as the anti-hawking provision. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And the federal court found that the policy that was sold by Fund number 2 was not a funeral expenses policy as defined by the corporations regulations. Are you aware of that?
Not 100%.
I'm sorry?
Only from what I've been told. Yep.
You've been told that? The product was therefore a financial product to which the anti-hawking provision applied. Have you been told that?
I wasn't aware that it was directly related to that.
You weren't
Yes.
aware of that?
Directly related to that case.
Well, the findings of the federal court in that case were that the policy that Fund number 2 was offering was a financial product, and therefore the prohibition on selling it in an unsolicited sales setting applied. Do you accept that?
Okay, yep.
And the federal court made orders recognising that Fund number 2 had been selling the policy in a way that breached the anti-hawking provision. Do you understand that?
Yep.
And because that policy was found by the court to be a financial product, Fund number 2 would have needed an Australian Financial Services licence to continue selling the policy. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
So after the federal court decision, ASIC sent a letter to Fund number 2, which is referred to as a no-action letter, in which ASIC said that it wouldn't take any further action in relation to that conduct if Fund number 2 stopped taking members. Are you aware of this?
I am.
And Fund 2 gave that undertaking to ASIC and stopped taking new members.
Yes.
Yes, so those are the circumstances in which Fund number 2 ceased taking on new members.
Yes.
Yes. And at the time that Fund number 2 did accept members before that response to the ASIC letter following the federal court case, you needed to be a member of an Aboriginal community to be eligible for membership of that fund, didn't you?
Not 100% sure, sorry.
Well, you tell us that in your statement. You tell us that at paragraph 3.1, subparagraph A, subparagraph 2 of your statement. Would you like to look at that, Mr. Jones?
Where they self-identify?
Yes. That they were the people to whom the fund was open, people who self-identified as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there are still 2,472 Fund 2 policies on issue, all held by members of the Aboriginal community.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So that's the first of the policies, the Fund number 2 policy. The second policy you tell us about in your statement is a policy that's offered through a different corporate entity, which is Community Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited. Is that right?
Correct.
And the policy that's offered by that entity you refer to in your statement as the Community Plan.
Sorry, could you repeat the start of that question?
The policy that's offered through the Community Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited entity is called the Community Plan. That's how you refer to it in
Correct.
your statement. And the Community Plan was first offered in 2005.
Correct.
And the Community Plan, you tell us in your statement, provides a benefit payout to meet funeral and related expenses.
Correct.
And payouts are made directly to funeral directors or other suppliers of funeral-related expenses.
That's correct.
So is the Community Plan a funeral expenses policy within the meaning of the corporation's regulations?
Yeah, I believe it comes under the Funeral Plans Act.
Well, you've dealt with this in paragraph 3.1C1 of your statement. So do you see what you've said about the Community Plan in that paragraph? Do you understand, Mr. Jones, whether a policy of the sort that you've described in that paragraph, a policy where payouts are made directly to funeral directors and other suppliers of funeral-related expenses, do you understand whether that's a funeral expenses policy within the meaning of the corporation's regulations? It's a matter of some significance legally. Do you understand whether that's the case?
I do understand, well, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
You think it's a funeral expenses policy?
I understand that, from my understanding, the community funeral plans was set up to meet the expenses of funeral-related costs. My understanding was, and this is what's been told to me since my recent tenure, is that the reason why we don't need an AFSL licence was because money doesn't go directly to the person themselves, but gets paid out.
That's why it's significant, isn't it? Because if it's a funeral expenses policy, you're not required to hold an Australian Financial Services licence to offer it.
That's correct.
And this entity doesn't hold an Australian Financial Services licence, does it?
No, but we would love to have an AFSL licence.
Well, would you? Because that would mean that the anti-hawking provision applicable to the sale of financial products that I referred to earlier would apply to this policy, wouldn't it?
Yes, they would.
And at the moment it doesn't.
No, they don't, but like I explained at the beginning, there's a transitioning process, and the idea recognising the challenges that door-to-door sales the door-to-door sales approach clearly does not work within the community, but in the greater community. Times have changed in these. There was a need for it in the early founding years of the company.
Why was there a need for it then, Mr. Jones?
Because there was no means for those people in remote locations to be able to access services.
What do you mean by that? The only way to sell to people in those communities is to go door to door?
That was a means that was established in that time, yes. We have made provision to move away from door-to-door sales as a sales approach. I don't believe in it, and there's a transitioning process away from that.
Are you still undertaking any door-to-door sales, Mr. Jones?
We have made certain positions redundant so that we're not. We have engaged indigenous employees to come on board initially in the early stages, being this year, to see if, from a cultural point of view, whether door-to-door sales would work. What was evident was that we needed to transition away from those door-to-door sales, and we've in the process of transitioning them into community outreach officers. They are indigenous. They are obviously culturally aware, and when we're respectful of the people that we stand to benefit and represent.
So are these the 6 Indigenous people that you referred to before? These are the people you've recently hired?
That's 4 of
4 of them?
4 of the 6, yeah.
When were those 4 people hired?
To my knowledge,
Yes.
between the beginning of the year and March.
Okay, so before that you had 2 Indigenous people?
We've recently put on other Indigenous staff members.
Well, you told me you had 6.
Yeah, so we do have 6. We've got a trainee in the office, and I recently found out one of our existing staff members has identified as Indigenous.
And do I understand from the answer you just gave that you're still deciding whether you will conduct door-to-door sales in the future?
No, we have made that decision that we won't.
Won't.
We won't, and it's not my intention to do that.
So ACBF will not sell door-to-door. Is that
No.
your evidence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
You are currently legally permitted to do so because you don't have in the community plan an AFSL or the anti-hawking provision applying to you.
Correct.
So are you going to move across to a different structure where you take on an Australian financial services licence and become subject to the anti-hawking provision?
Yes.
When will that occur?
Well, we've been instructed halfway through, from my understanding, we were instructed halfway through last year that we should not apply for the fact that the previous actions against us would preclude us from receiving one.
I see.
To all honesty, I'd love to come under that.
I see.
I'm not adverse to having regulations and working within the guidelines.
So
I would actually be encouraged to work with the Mr. Boyle and Ms. Edwards in coming up with an appropriate strategy on how to adequately meet the needs of the community that clearly need funeral insurance, and find a way that's appropriate to benefit those members. I understand that there are people that do pay over, and that doesn't sit well with me. It is insurance in the sense where there are overs and unders. Just last month, we had one member pay 2 payments and pass away at the age of 31 with 4 children and be immediately paid out $6,000. Now that's someone that benefits from our policies and our products. and unfortunately insurance has to have those overs and unders. And where we can minimise that, we will, and that's my honest opinion. I have engaged our actuary to work on a method to, or come back with the study on whether or not we can actually stop at a benefit amount and have no more payments paid in. That would be my ideal approach. His initial reaction to that was that there's a substantial cost to obviously administering each member, and we would have to make sure that that is financially viable. It was never the intention to rip anyone off, and that's the God's honest truth.
You say that, Mr Jones, but you've been with the organisation since December last year.
Yes, but my speaking to the founder.
The founder who's not involved in the day-to-day operations.
Yeah. I have spoken to him. I'm not saying I speak to him on a day-to-day basis, but that was the honest intention. So going forwards, I want to work with those community leaders and organisations, and Mr Boyle, I'd love to. I found that really informative, and I want to engage with those community groups and regulatory bodies that are honestly working for the good of the community. And that was part of my reason why I engaged with Aaron Davies from ICANN, who was very vocal in what he said about ACBF, and I needed to, if I was going to be director and CEO of the company, I wanted the opportunity to be able to hear his side, and even speaking to him, it took time for him to even open up and trust me that I'm actually in it for the good of the community.
I just want to pick up on a couple of aspects of the evidence you've just given, Mr Jones. The first is, going back to the start of your answer there, I take it your understanding is that you won't receive an Australian Financial Services licence if you apply for one.
Yep.
Because of the past conduct of ACBF.
Yep.
But is it your intention to operate as if the obligations that attach to holders of Australian Financial Services licences apply to you nonetheless?
Yes.
That is your intention?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the obligations that are imposed on holders of Australian Financial Services licences?
We have put measures in place to appoint a responsible manager who has sat that. The necessary courses to be able to help us move towards that. Is it an instant process? No. Obviously, I need to work within the confines of everyday business, and changing policies and procedures. I want to do that in line with the benefit of the community that we represent.
What do you understand to be the key obligations for holders of Australian Financial Services licences?
Obviously, working within the regulatory means and disclosing for one, not giving financial advice unless you've got the appropriate qualifications. But also, I need to do further investigations myself, so I can't proclaim to know it inside and out.
Are you able to identify any of the statutory obligations on AFSL holders?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Are you familiar with the statutory obligation to act efficiently, honestly and fairly?
Yep, and that's how we conduct ourselves.
That's how you have conducted yourselves?
Yes, obviously I come under the fiduciary duty of to the members that are paying, but also to the regulation as to what my position as director.
Well, I want to come back in particular to that obligation to act fairly as we move through some aspects of your operations. But another part of the evidence that you gave moments ago that I want to ask about is the work that you said you were doing with an actuary Do I understand that the evidence you gave about that was that you are presently investigating whether it is financially viable for you to take a position which means that you do not require further payments from policyholders once they have reached their maximum benefit amount?
That's correct. And we've made measures to, as people come forward, prior to the Royal Commission, actually make those changes. And we've set out documentation to customers to that effect.
Do you mean there's some instances where you have said to customers who have raised this issue with you that you won't require them to continue to make payments beyond their maximum benefit?
That's correct.
When
No,
those,
not over them, to cease those that have paid over their amount. We instructed them that they won't have to further make payments.
is this what you refer to in paragraph 15.2b of your first statement, Mr. Jones, on page 12? Sorry, your statement was originally provided to us without the document ID numbers, but we have that now. 15.2b, ACBF plan, new, and that's the third policy that I've yet to come to and ask you questions about. Are you referring to the management directive since January 2018 to release policyholders from making future premium payments if they call and identify they are struggling to make contributions?
That's correct.
So that's what you're referring to?
Yes,
So that's only if people call and tell you that they're in hardship.
that's correct.
But you are not, across the board, requiring people to cease making their payments once they've reached their maximum benefit amount.
And that's part of the decision going forward, and that's why we've appointed the actuary to push towards giving us the proper research and breakdown. I need to obviously ensure the longevity of the member base that I represent and ensure that it was appropriate to make that decision. Point that I couldn't make it without having the accurate information at hand.
And when do you expect to receive that information that will allow you to make that decision?
I'm unaware exactly. This research is still being conducted, but soon.
All right. I want to come back to the community plan and just ask you a few more questions about that before we move to the third plan, which is the ACBF plan. Under the community plan, which we've established was a funeral expenses plan that wasn't covered by the anti-hawking provision, you didn't need to be a member of the Aboriginal community to be part of that plan. Is that right?
No.
And you still don't need to be a member of the Aboriginal community to hold one of those plans?
No, we don't ask people to identify either way.
Well, and consistently with that, the sales presentation materials about that plan that you've annexed to your statement don't make any references to the Aboriginal community, do they?
No.
And they don't make use of colours or imagery that's associated with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders?
No.
Okay. So when you say that your organisation acts for the benefit of Aboriginal people, are you referring to the third policy you have, which you refer to in your statement as the ACBF plan?
Correct.
And that plan is offered through a third entity, which is ACBF Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited.
Correct.
And that was also established in 2005?
Correct.
And it's the equivalent of the community plan, but it's set up for Aboriginal people. Is that right?
Yes.
And why did this plan start being offered in 2005?
Due to those regulatory changes.
Yes, I think when you refer to regulatory changes, you're referring again to the implications of the Federal Court's decision
Yes.
in the litigation against Fund Number 2 in 2004. Is that right?
That is correct.
So like the community plan, it was set up as a result of that decision because you couldn't take any more members into Fund Number 2 without acquiring an Australian Financial Services licence.
Correct.
Now, this fund, the ACBF plan, is also not a financial product. There is no need for ACBF Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited to have an AFSL licence.
No,
And the anti-hawking provision doesn't apply.
my knowledge.
Now, ACBF has issued 3 media releases in the past week, all in the lead up to these hearings. And I want to take you to the second media release, which was issued on Friday last week, because that media release describes the reasons for which the ACBF plan was set up. So could I ask you to look at ACBF 0008 0001 0206. So this is a media release put out by your organisation on the 29th of June.
Correct.
We see there under the heading Corporate Structure, the laws affecting funeral insurance are complex and change from time to time. These law changes have resulted in changes to our funeral insurance offerings. Usually law changes are prospective. This means that we can continue to offer older products to continuous policyholders from before the law change, but not to new policyholders. For legislative compliance reasons, we created new legal entities for each type of policy. ACFP, Aboriginal Community Funeral Plans, is the funeral insurance policy we offer under the current legislation. To allow us to more efficiently administer all of these policy types, we created ACBF Group Holdings Proprietary Limited, which provides administrative services to all of our policies. That was what the media release from last week said, Mr. Jones.
Correct.
But there was no change in the laws, was there?
No.
So why does your media release refer to changes in the laws?
I believe that they were referring to the case that was brought against Fund Number 2.
The law didn't change. You were found to have breached the law, and you then needed to set up operations in a different way as a result of that finding. That's what's happened, isn't it? But that's not how you've described things in this media release.
No.
You've made it look as though there was an external matter that affected your decision about your entity structure, which was a change in the law.
The external factor being the case, yes. I understand.
The external factor
yeah.
was the federal court finding that you were acting in breach of the law, wasn't it?
Yes, that's it.
So this is not an accurate description of your corporate structure and the reasons for your corporate structure, is it?
No, I just put it like that.
Now, like the community plan, before I move on, I should tender that media release, which I'll return to, Commissioner.
Media release 29 June 18, ACBF 0008 0001 0206, Exhibit 4.148.
So I think as we've identified, like the community plan, the ACBF plan is not a financial product, so you don't need an AFSL licence. You agree with that?
Correct.
It's a funeral expenses policy within the meaning of the corporations regulations,
Correct.
and the anti-hawking provision doesn't apply.
Correct.
So you are permitted to sell in an unsolicited setting.
Correct.
Okay. Now, who can be a plan holder under the ACBF plan?
We don't preclude anyone from being a member other than their age and illness.
And how does their age and illness influence whether they can be a plan holder?
The underwriter and have established the rules in which
And what are those rules, Mr. Jones?
that they can't be over the age of 69,
Yes?
and there's a list of different illnesses that obviously are deemed to be high risk.
Can they be under the age of 18? I'm talking about the plan holder, who might not be the nominee, but can the person who takes out the plan be under 18?
Yes, they can.
And how does that work?
The parents elect who they want to be the nominees.
No, that's about the nominees. I'm talking now about the plan holder, the person who takes out the plan. Can that person be under 18?
My understanding from our legal counsel was that they can if they've got their parents' permission. It's not something that's ever been acted on in that sense.
Well, you deal with this in 3.1b, Roman numeral 3 of your statement, which is page 4 of your statement. You say there that under this plan, any person can be a plan holder with the age limit to join being 69 years of age. However, under office procedures, any person 18 years old or over can apply to be a plan holder, or a 17-year-old if a parent or guardian is present and co-signs the application. Is that right?
From my understanding, yeah.
Okay. So that's the plan holder, the person who can take out the plan. Who can be a nominee?
Anyone, as long as they are nominated by the plan holder and they fit within the restrictions of the policy.
You say any person can be a nominee under the ACBF plan. That's the person whose life is the subject of the plan.
As long as they're under the age of 69 and meet the health restrictions, yes.
Well, could I ask you to go to the third exhibit of your statement, which is ACBF 0007 0001 0021. This is the information guide for the ACBF plan.
Yes.
And if we turn to 0027 in that document, we see there under the heading eligibility who can be a nominee. Do you see that at the top of the page?
I do.
The plan is open to all Aboriginal persons under 70 years of age at the time of application. That's what your information guide says?
Correct.
So to be a nominee, you need to be an Aboriginal person under 70 years of age.
I wasn't around at the creation of this document, but from reading that, yes.
Yes,
If
well,
they've self-identified.
your plan rules define what an Aboriginal person is. Could I take you to the second exhibit to your statement, which is ACBF 0007 0001 0043. So these are the rules for the ACBF plan, and if we enlarge clause 1.2, we see the definition of Aboriginal person. It includes a member of the Aboriginal race of Australia, persons that such a person regards as members of his or her family, and persons that an applicant considers come within the categories set out in clause 1.2A and B. So you need to meet that definition to have your life the subject of an ACBF funeral plan.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the situation with the ACBF funeral plan, can I just ask you to fix that for me? Thank you. Is that it is marketed by your organisation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as a policy designed for them. Do you agree?
Correct.
You refer to it throughout your statement as the Aboriginal plan,
Correct.
and in all the ACBF material that you've annexed to your statement, it's referred to as the Aboriginal Community Funeral Plan.
Correct.
It's described that way in the presentations that are made to potential members. Do you agree?
Correct.
And
Sorry, just to that point, it does in our presentations, it does say that we're not an Aboriginal company and that we're not associated with any government agency.
I see. But it is described as a policy designed for Aboriginal people.
And it is recognising the need within the community, the payment terms, and the repayment terms are designed to help Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders that identify, in the sense where 4 missed payments can occur, which are fortnightly payments, which is 8 weeks, and then there's a further 31-day exclusion period, and in that time, if any claims were to be made, we would honour those. And we don't cancel policies, so that's effectively close to 12 weeks, which over and extends standard insurance products.
Is that the way in which you say your policy is for the benefit of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, that you permit 4 missed payments before a 31-day exclusion period kicks in, within which you would still honour a claim?
Yeah, that's one component of it. Obviously, we also, as point of difference is obviously that we pay out for any cause after the first payment. Example of that, I think
Could you just say that again? You pay out for any...
we honour claims.
Yes.
After the first payment has been received.
Yes. How long have you done that, Mr. Jones?
From my understanding, from inception.
Mm-hmm.
That's just from my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea there is, and where other funeral policies, it's accidental death that they cover within 12 months or 18 or 24 months. So there's many cases, like I mentioned before, that there's a 31-year-old that passed away last month that had made 2 payments and that received $6,000. So in that sense, it is tailored to meet the needs of those that need policy at the time.
Do you say you have no waiting period to access the maximum benefit amount?
Under the previous Fund 2, that, and I'm not 100% sure of when it changed, and I'm not, but the current policy is there is no waiting time on getting the initial $4,000 to $6,000. After the 12 months has occurred, if they've elected to have more than $6,000 benefit, or if they're a level 3 and they've elected to have more than $4,000 benefit, they will increase after 12 months. They're the only exclusions. Up until July last year, between July and October, suicide was the only exclusion. I was part of the initial consultation around making that change. I wasn't employed at the time of helping make that change. However, my full tenure in my position, suicide is covered. What I'd like to also say is that the mortality rate, to me, hits home to me, just for our Australian indigenous, and there is a huge need for greater awareness around that. And coming into the business and seeing it firsthand, it's been an enlightening process, which hits home to me, and it's something that there needs to be greater awareness around it.
What do you say to the proposition that you are taking advantage of the significance Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people place on funerals culturally?
I don't believe that to be the case.
Why do you have a product targeted to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Because there's a significant need for it, with the higher mortality, which in some instances is 4 or 5 times. Infant mortality is 5 times that of non-Indigenous. And to me, that's, whether it be lack of education, remote,
Sorry,
not being able to access health services because of their remoteness.
are you linking lack of education with the mortality rate? Is that what you were saying?
No, I'm talking about around gaining greater access to health services as well as education around health related practices and different things like that.
Well, I want to come back to a number of things that you've talked about there. I want to come back to your policy in relation to suicides and claims in relation to suicides. But can I continue firstly asking you some questions about the way you market the ACBF plan to Aboriginal potential customers? You have a website?
We do.
And the URL for that website is www.aboriginalfuneralplan.com.au.
Correct.
And on that website, your plan is described as Australia's only funeral insurance plan dedicated to the Aboriginal community.
Correct.
And there's a number of photographs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on that website. Do you agree?
I do.
And it features images which resemble indigenous dot paintings, doesn't it?
Yes.
But I'll just show you that to be clear. RCD 0006, 0007, 0005. These are images from your website, Mr. Jones.
Correct.
And if we turn to the following page, oh, I'm sorry, we have a single page here, different to my copy. We see the images I was referring to that resemble dot paintings in the middle of the page.
Yes.
And we see pictures of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people at the top of the page.
Correct.
And in this way, along with other ways, you are marketing the ACBF plan to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Correct. It also says in the opening sentence that we are not an Aboriginal company.
Yes, I'm not asking you about that at the moment. I understand you are very keen to convey that. I'm talking about who you market this policy to. You market this to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as a product for them, don't you?
Correct.
Okay. And you tell us in one of your media releases, the media release from the 27th of June last week, that you provide a product and service that is tailored to meet the needs of Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, I'll take you to that media release, which is ACBF 0008 001 0206. Before I do that, could I tender the web page, Commissioner?
ACBF website screenshot RCD 0006 0007 0005 Exhibit 4.149.
If I could ask you to look at the 27th of June media release. Where's the consultation reference here? I see it, got it. ACBF 0008 001 0204. Now, this is your media release from the 27th of June last week.
Correct.
And we see there in the third paragraph down that you say that Aboriginal Community Funeral Plan provides a product and service tailored to meet the needs of Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Correct.
Now, pausing there, in what way is it tailored to meet the needs of Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
From my understanding, and this was around the underwriting side of things, that at the time of approaching underwriters within Australia, that there were certain underwriters that wouldn't underwrite solely Indigenous lives. And in that sense, and with the payment terms, and
Sorry, the payment terms, is that where you're referring to the number of payments that can be missed
and different things
before
like that.
cancellation?
Yeah, and from my understanding, there was cultural awareness activities that had taken place well prior to my appointment, and there were attempts to ensure that the members that were being advertised to understood the products.
So you've referred to three things, as I understand it there, that are how your product and service is tailored to meet the needs of Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The first is you've got an underwriter. Is that right?
It's being able to ensure people that wouldn't otherwise be covered due to their race.
Why do you assume they're incapable of being covered because of their race, Mr. Jones?
It wasn't my belief, and it's not the belief of the company at all. But when the founder approached different underwriters, they wouldn't cover.
This was back in 2001, is that right?
From my understanding, correct.
But you heard the evidence of Ms. Walsh that her parents obtained funeral insurance with another funeral insurer?
Yes.
Yes, so is it your position that one of the ways in which you presently provide a product and service tailored to meet the needs of Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is the fact that you have an underwriter?
It was more so that the group, because we're group insured, and no one would group insure a demographic that were made up of predominantly Indigenous.
So do you maintain that that's one of the ways in which you're providing a product and service that's tailored to meet the needs?
It's one of the ways.
Okay, and the second you referred to was the payment terms permitting a number of payments to be missed before the policy would be cancelled?
Correct.
And the third was something you referred to as cultural awareness activities.
To ensure that the communication with our policy holders and customer base was culturally appropriate.
What do you know about those cultural awareness activities, Mr. Jones?
My understanding was in the early years there was people that identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders that were part of the company, and they spoke into the actual products themselves.
So in the early years, there were some people engaged by your company who were Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
That spoke into the products and services as well as how to communicate.
So those are the cultural awareness activities you're referring to?
Yeah, and I believe that there have been ongoing cultural awareness programs that have been run.
Have you provided any documents about any of those in your statement?
No, that's just from what I've been told.
And we see in this media release that underneath that sentence I just read to you, there are three quotes, and the third of those is that our products and service are developed in consultation with Indigenous communities to meet this real need. What's the consultation that you engage in, Mr. Jones?
From my understanding, there's been groups over the years that have been engaged by the company. Of recent, I've engaged Mura Connect, which is an Indigenous-based organisation, to help transition the changes that need to take place.
That's the cultural audit that you referred to earlier, and which we'll come to, yes?
Yep.
Any other consultation?
I believe there's been consultation with land councils and other organisations over the years.
Any materials about that in your statement, Mr. Jones?
No.
I attended the second media release from the 27th of June, Commissioner.
ACBF media release 27 June 18 ACBF 0008 0001 0204 exhibit 4.150.
Now, of the three types of policy that you have on offer, the ACBF plan, the one that you say is tailored to meet the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, has by far the largest number of policies on offer. Is that right?
Correct.
As at the date of your statement, there were 13,460 policies on offer.
That's correct.
So that's almost 5 times the number of policies on offer under Fund 2 and the community plan put together.
Correct.
And about 4,900 of those 13,000 odd policies are for individuals under 18 years of age. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that's about 36% of your ACBF plan policies. They're for individuals under the age of 18.
Correct.
And about 2,000 of those policies are for individuals between the ages of 18 and 25.
Correct.
That's about 15% of the total number of policies.
Correct.
And the proportion of individuals covered by your policies who are young people has been high for a number of years, hasn't it?
Yes, it's also directly proportional to the age distribution of Indigenous Australians from the
Could
ABS.
you explain that to me, Mr. Jones?
The population breakdown of Australia from ABS data that we've seen, it's directly proportional to. There's more young people than old people within the
You say
Indigenous.
that explains why you have so many policies on offer to young people?
It helps speak to it. I'm not saying that's the sole reason. From all my findings, there's been nothing that shows or is evident that we've ever engaged with the outset to sign children up. With the higher mortality rate of children and across the board,
I'm going to put to you squarely that you actively attempt to sell policies for whom the nominee, the person whose life is insured, is a child.
I have never seen that in my time.
Your sales representatives ask parents and grandparents to sign up their children and grandchildren, don't they?
They don't actively go out to sign up their children or grandchildren. If they're signing up an individual and they have children, then yes.
When they sign up an individual, they are encouraged to attempt to sign up that individual's children and grandchildren, aren't they?
Part of the process, I don't necessarily believe they go after or have attempted to sign up grandchildren. There is times when individuals have had children, or they know of people that have had children pass away or grandchildren pass away, and they can't meet the cost of their funerals, and that in itself spurs, I know from recent indications that is a huge indicator for people to take out policies.
But do you...
Also need to note that the price is substantially less, and
It's cheaper to insure the life of a child, is that what you're saying?
it is. It takes, if someone was to be born, to take up a policy at birth, if a parent was to sign their child up, they wouldn't pay the full benefit amount for 34 and a half years.
So you have sales representatives who sign children up at birth.
There is parents that they don't actively pursue that, and they don't, or over the time they haven't.
What-
Parents actually ring up if they've experienced a loved one that has had a child pass away, and I mean, I speak from being a father myself, to be able to, if you couldn't bury your child or your loved one, and you had to try and scrape together through the community or through other family members to be able to bury your child, which is horrific, that in itself is, when people hear that, that's a motivator for them to be able to have cover. And that has been a motivator in the past. And even now we receive phone calls from people after experiencing, whether it be stillborn or dying before the age of 1, which is 5 times that of non-Indigenous. That in itself, we have phone calls. There are people that have attended a funeral of a child and they don't want to be in a position where they have to wait weeks or months to be able to bury their child. And it's a real reality. And if we could do it, if they could have their funerals covered without needing funeral cover, or if there was enough resources for people to be able to draw on, then that's terrific. But it's not always the case. And I know that there was, Mr. Boyle raised the fact that there was $1,500 available. That doesn't bury someone, and it's a timely process as well. We've spoken to land councils. Land councils are interested because they obviously provide some funding, but not all the funding. I think there needs to be further investigation into the actual funeral services industry, in the sense where they can sometimes exploit the individuals.
Well, could we stick with your organisation for the moment, Mr. Jones, because I'd like to ask some more questions. It's a motivator for you and your organisation to sell as many policies as possible, isn't it?
I believe the idea behind any business is to...
Yes. Do you accept my proposition?
Yes.
It's a motivator for you to sell as many policies as possible and to keep people signed up to those policies for as long as possible. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
And you accept that your sales representatives, when signing up individuals, make inquiries of the individual about whether they have children or grandchildren and attempt to sell funeral policies for them.
I'm unaware of the grandchildren, but children, yes.
You know you have policy
I know
holders
we have
who
policies of grandparents that have had to bury grandchildren that do actively, they pursue our policies and want to make sure that their children and grandchildren are covered.
And your staff pursue it too, don't they, Mr. Jones? They attempt to sell the policies for grandchildren to grandparents.
That's not part of any sales model, but...
Well, it's part of your sales model, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
My sales model?
Yes, your organisation's sales model involves your sales representatives attempting to sell policies to individuals that cover their children and their grandchildren.
Like I said before, we're not actively going for children and grandchildren. Yes, children. I understand that if a mother wants to cover their children, that is part, that they offer it to anyone that individual wants to cover. If that individual is a grandmother and she elects to cover her grandchildren, she's not excluded from doing that, no.
And she elects to do that because you ask her to do that, don't you?
I don't, and I have never seen any documentation that shows the organisation actively doing that. I honestly...
You don't know if your sales representatives do that. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Jones?
It's not within any sales procedures to do so.
Do you know if your sales representatives do that?
I don't.
Why don't you know that, Mr. Jones?
Because it's not part of the sales model to actively pursue grandchildren. It's
part of the sales model to sell as many policies to as many people as possible, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the work that ASIC released in 2014 analysing the funeral insurance sector in Australia?
I've seen that recently.
All right. Could I just ask you to have a look at it? It's ASIC 0025 0003 1757. So you've read this report before, I assume, Mr. Jones?
I have, amongst lots of other documentation, yes.
Yes, so this is, I would have thought, a fairly significant document in your line of work. It's a report by ASIC about their analysis of the funeral insurance sector in Australia.
Correct.
And we see from the front page that it's an analysis of the funeral insurance market in Australia as at the 30th of June 2013.
Correct.
You see that? And if we turn to 1757 within the document, 1764 within the document, And if we could have 1764 and 1763 on the screen, that would be of assistance so you can see what precedes this. So do you see this is a section of the report dealing with the age profile of insurees?
Yes.
And what follows deals with active policies. Do you see that? You see the subheading there? This relates to active policies.
Correct.
And then we see a table that shows that ASIC categorised the age of insurees according to 5 age bands: 0 to 19, 20 to 39, 40 to 59, 60 to 79 and 80 plus. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we go down to paragraph 35, we see the conclusion of ASIC. ACBF has the highest proportion of insurees in the lower age brackets, with almost 2/3, 64% of customers aged below 30. Over 1/3, 36% of ACBF insurees are below the age of 15. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you explain why that is the case, Mr. Jones?
Could I just highlight that 30 and 31 are citing the greater Australian population
Yes.
and not the indigenous Australians' mortality rate?
Yes, this is not about mortality rates, Mr. Jones. This is about the age of the people whose lives are covered under insurance policies.
Yes, that's
Do you,
correct.
do you understand the conclusion in paragraph 35 that you are the insurer with the highest proportion of insurees in the lower age brackets?
Yes.
But you've told me that you don't actively sell to children. So can you explain why it is the case that you have the highest proportion of insurees who are children and young people?
That there's a larger proportion by percentage of indigenous youth by proportion, and the mortality rate is between 4 to 5 times that of non-indigenous.
Why does ACBF sell so many policies to children and young people, Mr. Jones?
Like I said, that individuals elect to take up a policy because of their experience with mortality. I have a friend who's Indigenous, and just to put it in context, I've been to 6 funerals in my life. 2 were my grandparents and 1 was an uncle. The others were around similar age to me. My friend is the same age as me, and he's been to 57 funerals. And they're family and close friends that are predominantly under the age of 50. So they are Indigenous Australians, unfortunately, are aware of death, and it's a sad fact that they experience that, and that is a large motivator for them to. I mean, it's been said before on this by Ms. Walsh that they know that it's a prevalent within their society, and it's not right.
That is why you promote a fund particularly to them, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
Because there's a significant need for it, yes.
I tender this document, Commissioner.
ASIC analysis, funeral insurance sector as at 30 June 2013, ASIC 0025 0003 1757, Exhibit 4.151.
I see the time, Commissioner, but if I could ask just a few more questions,
Yes.
I can complete this topic.
Yes.
I want to take you back to the 27th of June media release, Mr. Jones, ACBF 0008 0001 0206. Now, we see from this media release, I'm sorry, I'm just going to find the appropriate part dealing with children. Infants and children. Where's the reference to infants and children? Thank you. sorry, I had the wrong media release. I'm sorry. So on the 27th of June, I want to direct your attention to, I've given the wrong number, ACBF 0008 0001 0204. I apologise. This is the media release from last Wednesday, and if we look to quotes from you towards the bottom of the page, we see that the second one is given high infant mortality rates, particularly in remote locations, our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community rightly expects access to dignified funerals for infants as well as adults. That's a quote from you. Is that right?
Yep.
And below that, we see another quote from you. This is important for our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, who are 2 to 4 times more likely to die young than non-Indigenous Australians. Even assuming zero administrative costs, it would take 34.5 years for a member to contribute their benefit amount from birth. Now, is it your hope and your organisation's hope, Mr. Jones, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will sign their children up for funeral insurance from birth?
No, sorry, that is directly relating to the ABC publication.
The what publication?
The ABC publication that was, we were being asked by ABC to respond to the Royal Commission, and as a direct response to their questioning.
Why are you referring to how many years it would take for a member to contribute their benefit amount from birth?
Because it was being highlighted that we target children, which we wanted to highlight that we do not target children. In that statement, it was showing that it takes a long time for people to pay the full benefit amount.
And the longer they're part of your funeral plan, the greater the amount of premiums that you'll receive?
Yes.
And if the premiums received can exceed the amount of benefit that they're eligible for, that's a factor here as well?
It is. It's been practiced to increase people's benefit.
So if someone signs up at birth and their parent has been paying premiums to your company for many, many years, there's a fair chance they'll exceed their maximum benefit amount, isn't there?
It would take at least 34 years if they were signed up from birth, yes.
What do you base that statistic on? What have you assumed as the premium payment?
The premium that's disclosed at the time of their application.
Disclosed to who?
The plan holder that's signed up. Yep.
Yes, so you're assuming a standard fee. Is that what happens? If someone signs up from birth, is there a standard fee that applies?
There's a table of costs which are disclosed with the different age brackets and the different health levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. I can leave it there for today, Commissioner. Have I tendered that one? I've tendered that 27th of June media release.
That's Exhibit 4.150. Yes. Now, what time tomorrow depends on how we're travelling.
I think it would be useful to start slightly earlier tomorrow, Commissioner,
If we begin
9:45.
at 9:45,
Yes,
9:45. If you could be back here in time to begin at 9:45, Mr. Jones, that would be good. I'll adjourn until that time.
All staff, stands adjourned until 9:45.
Yes, Ms. Orr.
Mr. Jones, I want to move to asking you some questions about the advertising materials for the ACBF plan in recent years.
Yes.
Now, could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0001 7206. Now, this is a paper produced by Cressa Creative Strategy and Design, Cressa Consultancy, in 2012 for ACBF. Is that right?
I've never seen this document.
Right, well, I'll take you through it. It's an ACBF document
From what I can see, yeah.
provided to the Commission by ASIC. Now, you can see the reference to Cressa Creative Strategy and Design down the bottom there.
I can.
And what we see when we read this document, you'll see the date on the front, the 28th of August 2012, is that in August 2012, Cressa Consultancy undertook a review of ACBF's funeral plans, branding and advertising concepts. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
All right. If we turn to 7207, we see a brand review that was done by Cressa Consultancy. And if you stay in the left-hand column, you see the heading Recommended Proposition.
I do.
Yes, above that is the current proposition, which is don't leave your family in debt. And the recommended proposition from Cressa was that Aboriginal Community Funeral Plans is Australia's only Aboriginal funeral plan and have been providing payouts to Aboriginal families for 20 years. You see that?
I do.
And do you see the heading Verifications under that?
I do.
And one of the verifications identified by Cressa Consultancy was that you are an Aboriginal focused business that understands their clients' needs.
Correct.
And do you see in the middle column creative devices to support the core messages and proposition?
I do.
And one of those creative devices identified by Cressa was understanding. Imagery of Aboriginal people reinforces the core market.
I do see that.
Now, if we move to the right-hand column, we see an image of the ACBF logo at that time.
Yes.
The logo was red, yellow and black,
Yes.
the colours of the Aboriginal flag.
Yes.
And the logo featured a number of figures holding hands.
Correct.
And what do they appear to be carrying to you, Mr. Jones?
A stick and a baby.
Sticks and a baby. Thank you. And then if we pan back from that image and move to the next page, 7208, we see that Cressa recommended a new, simplified, modernised logo with the tagline, "For you, for your family." You see that?
Correct.
And that logo was also in red, yellow and orange colours.
Correct.
And if we go back to 7207, we see that Cressa's recommended visual positioning, right down the bottom on the right-hand side, included imagery of Aboriginal people and clients. See that?
Yep.
So before this, the visual images on ACBF materials featured motifs of the rainbow serpent, an important figure in indigenous culture.
Yes.
Yes. Now, ACBF implemented a number of these recommendations, didn't they? Including adopting the new logo and the new tagline.
On some of the merchandise, yes.
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 We saw the new logo on your website page yesterday.
Yeah, that was after I had come into the business, yeah.
Yes, but you know from that these recommendations were accepted.
I wasn't aware of those recommendations at all. So.
Right. But you know that is the Cressa recommended logo and tagline is the logo and tagline that ACBF now uses?
It is.
All right, attend to this document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 4.152, Aboriginal Community Funeral Plan, branding concepts, ASIC 0025 001 7206.
Now, since adopting these recommendations, which were made in 2012, ACBF has advertised the ACBF plan through print media.
I'm unaware of what print media, but I believe they might have.
Well, ACBF's advertised its policies in the Koori Mail. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
I'll ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0003 1947. This is an internal ASIC memorandum. Could I ask you to turn to, if we could have 1949 and 1950 on the screen. Do you see a reference there to advertising types relating to ACBF?
I do.
You see there newspaper advertising, National Indigenous Times and Koori Mail at the top of the page on the right-hand side.
I do.
What is the Koori Mail, Mr. Jones?
I believe it's an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander mail.
An Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander publication?
I believe so.
Now, could I ask you to look at, I'll tender this document.
What should I describe it as, Ms. Orr?
It's an undated ASIC internal memorandum entitled Investigation into ACBF Funeral Plans, Decision by FSE to NFA.
Undated ASIC internal memorandum investigation into ACBF, is it?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
ASIC 0025 0003 1947, Exhibit 4.153.
Could I ask you now to look at ASIC 0025 0001 7204? Now, this is an ACBF advertisement. Mr. Jones,
Yeah. Again, I haven't seen that, sorry.
do you see the reference to Koori Mail in the bottom left-hand corner and the small print at the bottom?
I do.
So this appears to us to be an advertisement placed by ACBF in the Koori Mail. Are you unable to assist with whether that is the case?
If that's the evidence you have, yes. I'm unaware of it. I
see.
honestly haven't seen it.
But you see that this is the ACBF imagery. You see the old logo in the left-hand corner and the new logo in the bottom right-hand corner.
I do.
And this information all relates to the ACBF funeral plan, doesn't it?
I believe so, yep.
Yes, I tender that document, Commissioner.
ACBF advertisement, Koori Mail, ASIC 0025 0001 7204, Exhibit 4.154.
You saw the reference in the previous document to advertisements also being placed in the National Indigenous Times.
Sorry?
Did you see the reference in the previous document I took you to advertisements for ACBF also being placed in the National Indigenous Times?
I didn't see that reference, sorry. I was looking
Would you
for
like
the
to see
Koori.
that again?
No, that's fine.
No? Okay. Do you know what the National Indigenous Times is?
I'm not 100% aware, but
You don't know what it is, Mr. Jones?
I'm sure it's Times for the National Indigenous. Another publication.
Could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0001 7200? This is another advertisement, this time with the words National Indigenous Times in the bottom left-hand corner for ACBF.
See that?
So we understand that this is the advertisement placed by ACBF in the National Indigenous Times. Are you able to comment on that?
I'm unaware. It's the first time I've seen that.
But again, you see the
I do see
ACBF
that.
imagery and information that pertains to the ACBF fund.
I do.
Thank you. I tender this, Commissioner.
ACBF advertisement, National Indigenous Times, ASIC 0025 0001 7200, Exhibit 4.155.
Now, both of these advertisements that I've just taken you to include a disclaimer in white letters at the bottom of the photo. Do you see that?
Do.
And the disclaimer reads, "This plan is run by a private company which is not connected with or sponsored by any governmental or similar body or any Aboriginal organisation."
See that?
Why did ACBF include that disclaimer in its advertising?
It was before my time, so I'm not 100% sure, but from my understanding, it's a directive that was given by a legal party at the time.
Well, it was introduced into ACBF's materials after ASIC took action against ACBF in 1999.
Okay.
The action that ASIC took at that time related to marketing practices for Fund Number 2. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
And in that action brought by ASIC, the allegation was that ACBF's marketing practices were misleading and deceptive and unconscionable. Are you aware of that?
I know that there has been confusion over the years, and that's why they had to put that comment in there.
Confusion about what, Mr. Jones?
Whether it was owned by an Aboriginal company or not.
So ASIC alleged in a court proceeding that ACBF was engaging in misleading and deceptive conduct and unconscionable conduct in relation to its marketing practices.
Okay.
And do you know what ACBF did in response to those allegations?
It's before my time, so I'm not 100% sure.
I'm sorry?
I've had 25 years to try and get up to speed, or have had the past 25 years to try and catch up on in my short tenure. So,
How have you done that, Mr. Jones?
through as much research as I can do, whilst trying to focus on taking the company forward.
Did you have a background in insurance before you took on your role with ACBF?
No, I didn't.
You hadn't worked in the insurance industry
No, I
at
haven't.
all? Did you have a background with dealing with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
I've volunteered with
Had
Aboriginal.
volunteered.
I have volunteered in a volunteer capacity, yes.
And can you explain what you had volunteered for?
I fed the homeless for 7 years, and I also went out to Palm Island on mission trips to work with indigenous communities out on Palm Island.
And other than that, had your work involved engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in any way?
No, it hasn't.
So what were your qualifications for your role, Mr. Jones?
It was under the premise that I was to try and modernise and bring the appropriate people in that did have the relevant experience and knowledge and know-how to take the company forward.
What skills did you have that enabled you to do that?
To bring the appropriate people together.
What work had you been engaged in before this role?
I was teaching children sport and also working within the IT sector.
So how did you come to get this role, Mr. Jones?
I was introduced to the owner and I suggested some changes that he needed to make in order to modernise the company and combat some of the negative publicity that was there and to try and help the company move forward.
How were you introduced to the owner?
I know him.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, he's not.
How do you know him?
Through a relationship that he has.
What's that relationship, Mr. Jones?
He banks with my father.
So he's a client of your father's.
Yes.
That's how you came to meet him.
No, I met him at a coffee shop.
Met him at a coffee shop,
Yes.
and you made some suggestions for how the ACBF business could be improved.
Yes.
And based on that, he hired you as the CEO and made you a director of the organisation.
No, it wasn't based on that.
What was it based on, Mr. Jones?
I attended his business and saw changes that he could make just from a technological point of view, as well as how he could better position himself or the company. He's not actively involved in the company. So I met with individuals that were running the company at the time.
Do you have any qualifications, Mr. Jones?
No, I don't.
All right. I want to return to the litigation commenced by ASIC that contained the allegations that I've described to you about misleading and deceptive conduct by ACBF. I asked you if you knew how ACBF had dealt with that litigation. You don't know how that litigation was responded to by ACBF, is that right?
I know they made certain changes.
Do you know that they entered into consent orders to resolve that litigation?
I'm aware of some consent orders.
All right, could I show you those? They are ASIC 0032 0003 0001. So these are consent orders in the federal court in a proceeding between ASIC and various ACBF entities. Do you see that?
I do.
That were made here in Darwin on the 24th of September 1999.
I see that.
That date?
I do.
And if we go to 0006 within that document, we see the orders that were made by consent. So these were orders that ACBF agreed to. Do you see that?
I do.
And at paragraph 11, we see that by these consent orders, ACBF was required to orally advise customers at the time of promoting or marketing its funds that it was not connected with or sponsored by government or Aboriginal organisations.
I see that.
And if we turn to paragraph 15 on page 0008, is that possibly your phone, Mr. Jones?
No, it's not.
No. We see at 0008 in paragraph 15 that ACBF was also required by these orders to remove from any marketing materials the Aboriginal flag and any words to the effect that it was established to advance the welfare of the Aboriginal community. See that?
I do.
I tender the consent orders, Commissioner.
Consent orders, Federal Court of Australia, 24 September 1999, ASIC 0032 0003 0001, Exhibit 4.156.
Before we leave that document, could I ask you to return to 0006 and look at paragraph 12 of those orders? Do you see there a requirement made by those orders in relation to information that needed to appear on the first page of written text of marketing material and within the introductory commentary on that text? Do you see there the requirement to include in that text advice to the effect that ACBF was a private company and that the funds were not sponsored by or otherwise connected with any governmental or similar body or an Aboriginal organisation?
I do.
All right. Now, since these consent orders, some of ACBF's advertising materials relating to the ACBF plan have included a disclaimer, haven't they?
They have.
But not all of them?
I'm not 100% sure.
Not sure? Well, could I show you ASIC 0025 0003 1947? Now, this is the document I showed you before that was the internal ASIC memo. And could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0003 1950 within that document? It's the same part of the document we looked at before that contained a table showing ACBF advertising, and I had asked you to look at the newspaper advertising section in that table. Do you see the reference below that to internet advertising?
I do.
So ACBF had advertised its policies using a banner on the National Indigenous Times website we see here for periods in 2013.
Okay.
You see that?
I see that.
And could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0001 7189? Now, is this the banner that was used on the National Indigenous Times website? You see, to assist you, the words at the bottom left of the page, web banner.
It appears to be. Again, this was well before my time.
This isn't something you've been able to familiarise yourself with yet,
No,
Mr. Jones?
I've never seen that.
But we see that this is described as a web banner and it relates to ACBF, includes the ACBF logo,
I see that.
and describes the ACBF plan as Australia's only Aboriginal dedicated funeral plan.
I see that.
It doesn't include any disclaimer, does it, Mr. Jones?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know why not?
No, I'm unaware.
This was a breach of the orders made by the Federal Court, wasn't it, Mr. Jones?
It appears to be.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Web banner, screenshot National Indigenous Times website, ASIC 0025 0001 7189 is Exhibit 4.157.
Now, if we could go back to our ASIC memo again, I want to ask you about radio advertisements that ACBF used. So if we could go back to ASIC 0025 0003 1947, and if we could go to 1949 within that document. See at the bottom of the page the reference to radio advertisements.
I do.
ACBF had advertised its policies through advertisements on the National Indigenous Radio Service 36 times.
I see that.
And could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0001 0005? This is a script for one of those radio advertisements, Mr. Jones.
I see that.
See that? You see client ACBF, agency Cressa, date 29th of November 2012.
Yes.
The script doesn't include the disclaimer, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Why not, Mr. Jones?
Again, that was before my time.
Before your time. You're not able to explain that?
No, I'm not. It's the first time I've seen that, sorry.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Radio script 29 November 2012, ASIC 0025 0001 0005, Exhibit 4.158.
Do I take, Mr Jones, from the fact that you haven't seen these documents, there's one of two explanations, that ACBF doesn't keep records of its advertisements, or you haven't read ACBF's records of its advertisements? Which is it?
There are a lot of records. I haven't found those specific marketing records.
You don't know if
I don't have the marketing
ACBF
records.
has records of these advertisements?
No, I don't.
Okay. ACBF also advertised through television advertising, didn't it?
You did.
Yes. ACBF advertised its policies on Imparja.
I wasn't aware of Imparja,
Do you know what Imparja is, Mr Jones?
an indigenous network.
Indigenous network. You accept that there were advertisements made on Imparja as well?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yes. And in recent promotional material used by ACBF, the logo's often accompanied by the statement, over 20 years working in the Aboriginal community. Are you familiar with the use of those words?
Yes.
And are those words what you refer to in one of your recent media releases from last week? Are they culturally appropriate communications? That's the words that you used in your media release.
We haven't been advised otherwise.
What were you referring to when you referred to culturally appropriate communications?
Ensuring that they're respectful.
What communications were you referring to?
Any communications. We're still going through that cultural audit, and we're working with that indigenous organisation to ensure that any and all ongoing communication is culturally appropriate.
ACBF's promotional material's been very successful, hasn't it, Mr Jones?
You may, it depends on interpretation.
Well, ACBF provides a very large number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with funeral insurance, doesn't it?
It does service a portion of the population, yes.
It's a large proportion of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, isn't it?
I'm unaware of the exact proportion.
Well, can I give you an example? Can I take you to some statistics about your policies and their coverage on Palm Island in Queensland? Could I ask that you be shown CBA 0001 0390 0011? Now, you won't have seen this document before, Mr Jones. It's a document that was provided to the Commission by CBA, created by CBA in January this year. Do you see that date?
I do.
By its group Customer Advocacy, and it's entitled Supporting Palm Island Customers.
I do.
Now, Palm Island has a very high Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population. Do you agree?
It does.
And if we turn to 0012 in this document, we see some statistics about the population of Palm Island. So can you see from the table on the right-hand side that about 94% of the Palm Island population identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
I do.
And you can see from this slide that Palm Island has about 2,446 residents.
I do.
We see here that about 897 of them are Commonwealth Bank customers. Do you see that from the second table?
I do.
Active current customers.
I do.
So about a third of the customers on Palm Island are CBA customers.
Yes.
And CBA, we see in this document, looked at the accounts of those customers, and as I'll show you, they looked particularly at the direct debits coming out of those accounts. So could I ask you to look at 0015? So this analysis, this is a page showing some analysis by CBA of direct debit payments coming out of those accounts over a 5-month period to January 2008, which is the date of the document. I'm sorry, January 2018. You recall the date of the document?
Yes.
So CBA was looking at a 5-month period prior to that time, and CBA found that there were a large amount of direct debits, do you see at the top of the page, for non-essential services targeting those customers.
I see that.
And the table shows the top 20 direct debit companies targeting Palm Island customers in the 5-month period.
See that.
And the first entry in the table is ACBF Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited.
I see that.
So over that 5-month period, there were 1,433 direct debit transactions from the CBA customers to ACBF Funeral Plans,
I see that.
for a total amount of over $34,500.
Correct.
And that made the ACBF plan the company to which direct debits on Palm Island were most frequently made over that 5-month period. Do you see that when you look at the
Yes.
other figures in the table?
Yes, I do.
And separately, a few lines down from that entry, do you see another entry which is Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund Proprietary Limited?
Where about, sorry?
I think we had a red dot next to it a moment ago to assist you. Do you see that?
I do.
And the Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund was the subject of 612 further transactions.
Correct.
Is that fund number 2?
It is.
Yes. And those 612 transactions led to a total amount of more than 12,900 in direct debits over this 5-month period.
Correct.
You see at the top of the slide, under the heading addressing direct debits, CBA notes that the top categories of direct debits on Palm Island were payday lenders, they were the highest, followed by funeral insurance and life insurance.
Correct.
And we see from the category column in the table that ACBF was the only provider of funeral insurance.
Correct.
So if we use this as an example of an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, we see very high uptake of your product, don't we?
From what it appears, yes.
Yes. I tender that document, Commissioner.
Supporting Palm Island customers, CBA, presentation January 2018, CBA 0001 0390 0011, Exhibit 4.159.
Now, does ACBF intend to continue to market the ACBF plan to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
With conjunction with any government directions and ensuring that it's culturally appropriate and meets within the guidelines, yes.
So, did you say in conjunction with any government directions? Is that what you said?
Directions,
Like what directions, Mr. Bryn? Mr. Jones, I'm sorry.
well, I was unaware of some of the things that you've shown me today, and I'll ensure that anything going forwards will be meeting any guidelines from government agencies and regulators.
What were you unaware of, Mr. Jones?
I was aware that we had to have the disclaimer that you
Yes.
showed earlier on,
Yes.
and we'll continue to do so. And if there's any instances where we haven't, they'll be immediately rectified.
And you said in conjunction with any government directions and ensuring that it's culturally appropriate and meets the guidelines. Could I just ask you about those, the second and third matters there? Culturally appropriate and meets the guidelines?
I'd love to sit with Mr. Boyle and Ms. Edwards and ensure that any future promotion or publication is in direct consultation within the community.
And it hasn't been the case so far, has it?
I've made efforts to, and that was part of my meeting with Aaron Davies from ICANN, was to change the direction and ensure that we are on the right path. Not saying that we weren't, but
You're not saying you weren't.
No, I'm saying that there's what had been conceived in the past. If there was any wrongdoings, that I'm here to help direct this company going forwards.
I thought you'd been brought in to change things. Is that right?
Yes,
So things had gone wrong in the past,
they may have.
or there was a need to bring someone in to change things, so things
It's
had
changing
gone wrong.
also with the times, that the company hadn't changed.
And how have you changed the company with the times, Mr. Jones?
We're introducing the cultural audit, ensuring that the systems, updating the computer systems. We're going to give customers their own login details, so that they can, at their own discretion, pick and choose what benefit amount they would like, to ensure that they've got all the tools at hand, so there's no hawking involved or humbugging, and that they can ensure that they can keep their own accounts up to date or elect in or elect out.
Are you aware of difficulties with internet access in remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, Mr. Jones?
I am.
But
So
the changes you've made are largely technological changes designed for users of the internet.
they are, and we're also growing our customer service team to ensure that they can adequately meet any demand by way of phone calls, and we're ensuring that any print media is adequately appropriate and has picture diagrams to ensure that they adequately understand the products in which they're signing up to. And going forwards, I want to ensure that we're meeting that need.
You've referred a number of times to the cultural audit. Can I take you to the report of that cultural audit now,
Yep.
which is ACBF 0003 0001 0114? So this is a report produced by Mura Connect, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is Mura Connect?
It's an Indigenous-based organisation.
What sort of Indigenous-based organisation, Mr. Jones?
I approached them to prepare a RAP, Reconciliation Action Plan, for us as an organisation, and also to produce a cultural audit of the organisation.
And does ACBF intend to implement the recommendations proposed by Mura Connect in this report?
Yes, we're
Okay.
currently working with them to act on their recommendations.
All right, could we turn to 0118 in the document? Now we see there that ACBF's goal is to have its products widely recognised and trusted within Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mura has provided ACBF with a process by which to meet its long-term goal of having ACBF products widely recognised and trusted within those communities. Do you see that?
Yes.
So amongst other things, Mura has recommended that ACBF establish a list of trusted businesses, NGOs, community groups and individuals within Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and enter into formal partnerships with appropriate, that might be intended to be where appropriate, that can be engaged to promote and sign up community members to ACBF products.
Correct?
So ACBF intends to do that, to enter into formal partnerships with entities
Where appropriate, yes.
that can be engaged to promote and sign up community members.
Where appropriate, yes.
And have you entered into any formal partnerships?
No, we haven't.
And Mura also recommended that ACBF promote its products and services through attendance at community events like NAIDOC Week, Reconciliation Week and sporting carnivals. You see that?
Correct.
You're going to do that?
We've got stands at NAIDOC events, yes.
And Mura recommended that ACBF ensure that ACBF promotional products are distributed to Aboriginal medical centres, legal aid and Aboriginal Land Council offices. You intend to do that?
If that's part of their recommendation and it's appropriate, yes.
And Mura also recommended that you continue to leverage your existing customer base for the purpose of signing up new customers, didn't they?
They have.
Yes. So if we turn to 0121, we see under the heading Audit Findings that given the large number of ACBF policyholders under the age of 18, approximately 5,000 at present, it appears that a large number of parents are taking out cover for their children. Couple this with a large number of sign-ups that are obtained via referrals from current customers, it makes sense for ACBF to offer incentives for its current customers to sign up additional policyholders. See that?
I do.
And Mura made 2 recommendations on this front, that you research the benefits and costs to ACBF in offering referral discounts to existing policyholders. See that?
I see that.
And that you research the benefits and costs to ACBF in offering family policies at a reduced rate instead of having each family member signing up to an individual policy.
I see that.
Have you implemented those recommendations, Mr. Jones?
No, well, that's part of what the actuary's looking at.
All right, I want to come back to this document shortly, but for now I will tender it.
Exhibit 4.160, Cultural Audit Report, Mura Connect, ACBF 0003 001 0114.
I think
Treble
0001.
So the number is ACBF 0003 001 0114.
Now, I want to turn to asking you some questions about how you sell your policies, Mr. Jones. ACBF, we know from your statement, offers its policies through a number of different channels. Is that right?
Correct.
Through phone inquiries, inbound phone inquiries,
Correct.
through inbound website inquiries,
Correct.
through what you refer to as local in-field support and attendance.
Correct.
What are you referring to there, Mr. Jones?
At the time of my statement, there was still some field representatives that were in the field, and they were approaching existing customers and updating information where necessary, and where they referred new customers.
So they're approaching existing customers and updating where necessary. You mean updating their
Updating
policies?
their details, yes.
Yes. And referring new customers, is that what you said?
They knew anyone that would benefit from it, yes.
So asking the existing customers if they could refer other potential customers.
Yes.
So you said at the time of your statement that was still the position, that those field representatives were in the field?
Yes.
Your statement's only a short time ago.
Yes.
So has the
And
position changed in between when you made your statement and...
we were in the process of transitioning field reps out of the field.
And have you completed that transition, Mr. Jones?
Yes, we have.
So you now have no local in-field support and attendance?
We've got 4 indigenous ladies that are networking and working in the field to create connections with bodies.
I want to make sure I understand the work of the women you've described, Mr. Jones. You said that they're networking. What do you mean by that?
They're attending land councils and other organisations
For what purpose?
to see if there's an opportunity to work with land councils to offer our product to those that may need it.
So they're looking for sales opportunities through land councils?
Correct?
And you also said they were working to create connections. Are there any other ways that they're working to create connections?
Well, there's other bodies that work within.
Sorry, could you say?
There are other organisations that work within the indigenous communities.
And the work with those other organisations is also about creating sales opportunities?
Yes, and supporting them where we can as well.
Supporting who?
Other organisations, whether it be through resources or through manpower.
Okay. So these 4 Indigenous women that you've referred to are liaising with various organisations, and part of their role is to create further sales opportunities.
Yes,
Okay. Now, in your statement, you mentioned this transition that you were going through in relation to the use of your in-field team, and you said at paragraph 10.2 of your statement that the transition was due to increased competition and higher acquisition and legislative compliance costs.
correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
So what is I just want to understand both of those things, the increased competition and the higher acquisition and legislative compliance costs.
There are other funeral services that are being offered
Yes,
within the market,
yes.
and to maintain a in-field sales team, it comes at a cost.
So there is increased competition, but you're pulling your salespeople out of the field sales. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
To deal with the increased competition.
To change the way we go forward, yes.
I see. And what are the higher acquisition and legislative compliance costs you're referring to?
Sorry, say that again.
What are the higher acquisition and legislative compliance costs that you're referring to in 10.2?
The higher acquisition, so the cost of maintaining that sales team.
And what are the legislative compliance costs?
I'm unaware of what I was referring to there, sorry.
Did you write this statement, Mr. Jones?
Yes, I did.
This is your language, legislative compliance costs?
Obviously, it was in consultation with council and those that I needed to source the information
Well, are they
from to ensure that it was appropriate and in line with where the company's at.
are they your words, legislative compliance costs?
Yes.
So what were you referring to?
The ongoing cases with the likes of FOS and other legal aid groups.
So
I believe taking the field staff out of the field would eliminate any challenges going forwards.
So there are issues for ACBF with ongoing FOS cases and ongoing engagement with legal aid groups?
There's a small percentage, yes.
And that's what you're referring to here?
That was, yes.
And you say that you've made redundancies in the team in this paragraph of your statement, and that they've been made after a consultation process in recent weeks. What was the consultation process?
With Mura Connect and the management team at the time.
You also say at paragraph 7.2 of your statement that you have regional field representatives who are invited to existing members' houses and periodically drop in every 6 months to update information and ensure their details are correct. See that?
Yes, it's the same field
That's
staff
the
that I was
same
talking about
people,
before.
is
Yeah,
it?
correct.
So that's the work that they were doing, the dropping in every 6 months to update information and ensure details were correct.
Yes.
So they were going to people's houses
Yes.
and they were able to sell policies in those houses, weren't they?
If they were invited to, yes.
Yes. So still a form of door-to-door selling that was going on until very recently.
Yes,
But you say you've now ceased that.
we have. And we made those directives prior to the Royal Commission.
As a result of what, Mr. Jones?
The transitioning process, realising that times had changed and the need for door-to-door sales had changed.
As a result of the engagement of the Royal Commission with your entity?
No, just in general, with the greater community.
You tell us in your statement that you don't record the number of policies that you sell via each of the different channels. Is
No, we
that
don't.
right?
No, we don't.
But we know from the Mura Connect report that the majority of your policies are obtained via word-of-mouth referrals from current policyholders, which are followed up by on-the-ground field staff. That's right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, has ACBF previously had an arrangement with the Department of Human Services that permitted it to deduct plan payments from a customer's Centrelink benefits using the CenterPay system?
They did.
And there was a written agreement between ACBF and the Department of Human Services that permitted that to occur?
Correct.
And as part of that written agreement, ACBF was not permitted to sell its policies in an unsolicited setting. Are you aware of that?
Correct.
That was a condition of the arrangement?
Correct.
And then, excuse me, in May 2015, the Minister for Human Services made a decision that funeral insurance premiums would no longer be permitted to be collected by CenterPay.
Correct.
And ACBF was the only funeral insurance provider that used CenterPay to collect its premiums, wasn't it?
I wasn't aware of that.
Well, perhaps if I show you a document to assist you with that, RCD 999900550036. Now, this is another judgment from the Federal Court. Mr. Jones, have you seen this judgment?
No, but I've been briefed by counsel.
You know that this judgment resulted from a challenge made by ACBF to the Minister's decision that funeral insurance premiums wouldn't be permitted to be collected by CenterPay.
Correct.
So ACBF challenged that decision in the courts,
They did.
and that was an unsuccessful challenge.
My understanding on appeal, yes.
Yes. And could I ask you to turn to 0041 within that document? Paragraph 10 of the judgment. Do you see there a reference to the decision made by the Minister on the 22nd of May 2015 and the press release issued by the Minister?
Yes.
And do you see towards the bottom in the last few lines, though ACBF is not named expressly in this minute, so there's a minute referred to above that, it is stated in it that the department is aware of only one provider using CenterPay for funeral insurance, but that provider has over 8,800 customers. Other evidence makes it clear that the provider referred to was none other than ACBF.
I see that.
So you accept that you were the only funeral insurer collecting your payments via the CenterPay system?
From what I've just read, yes.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Reasons for judgment, ACBF versus Chief Executive Centrelink. RCD 999900550036, Exhibit 4.161.
Now, as a result of that decision and your unsuccessful challenge to that decision, the agreement that you had with the Department of Human Services no longer is operative.
From my understanding, yes.
Yes, so the condition within that agreement that you couldn't sell your products in unsolicited settings is no longer operative.
From my understanding, yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the staff within your organisation, Mr Jones, and I want to go back to some observations made by Mura Connect in their cultural audit report, which is ACBF 0003 0001 0114. Now, could I ask you to look at 0116 within this document? We looked at this page earlier. I'm sorry, I don't think we did look at this page earlier. We see on this page that Mura found as part of this audit that from the interview and information gathered, do you see this under audit findings?
Yep.
From the interview and information gathered, there appears to be a lack of cultural understanding and cultural confidence amongst the majority of ACBF employees.
I accept that.
That was the finding?
Yes.
And Mura also found that recruitment processes tend to focus on the skills required to perform the role, whilst failing to recognise the inherent business requirements of the need to have an understanding of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture and history, and the ability to communicate effectively and sensitively with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
I see that.
And Mura recommended that ACBF develop a workforce of culturally competent staff who possess an understanding of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture and practices and have the confidence to successfully communicate with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about sensitive issues.
Correct.
And in relation to recruitment practices, Mura recommended that of those positions which have inherent business requirements to frequently engage with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, communities and businesses, consider where it makes business sense for them to be filled strictly by Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander people.
Yes.
Have you implemented any of those recommendations, Mr Jones?
Yes, we have. We're working with Mura Connect on all future employments.
So you're working to develop a workforce of culturally competent staff?
Yes. Prior to Mura Connect coming in, I engaged a local elder to come in and run a cultural day.
Had that happened before?
I believe it had. I'm not sure when, but from my understanding it had happened before.
So in what ways are you implementing these recommendations, Mr Jones?
Well, we're working with Mura Connect to employ, so they're actively on the ground, as well as providing induction material that will help address those issues.
So is that the 4 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women that you've referred to in your evidence?
No, it's not.
So have you engaged any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
We're attempting to, yes.
But apart from those 4, you have not yet engaged any others?
No.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you provide information about the incentive and KPI structure for your in-field staff.
Correct.
They're paid $20 for each new nominee that they sign up.
Correct.
And that's a discretionary payment that's made in addition to their salary and allowances.
Yes.
And what does the discretion hinge on?
That they had to make 3 fortnightly payments before receiving that.
So the payment, as you explain it in your statement, is made in 2 parts. 50% is payable after those first 3 fortnightly payments are received from the policyholder.
Correct.
And the remaining 50% is payable after you've received the 6th fortnightly payment from the new policyholder?
That was a new directive. Yes. Prior to that, it was $20 per nominee on the third payment. That was the model that we had inherited.
So there's a concern that policyholders are going to cancel their policies within a short period of time after being signed up,
I believe that's standard in the insurance.
and people
Yeah,
won't
sure.
get their incentive payment if that occurs.
No.
And you also have KPIs and incentives that relate to your sales staff who are not out in the field, don't you?
Sales staff that aren't in the field.
Yes, so
No.
answering phones?
No, there's no sales incentive for phone people. Those on the
No,
phone.
no KPIs?
No, as a team, they're encouraged to ensure that they're answering phones within the first 3 rings.
That's it? That's all they're encouraged to do?
That I know of, yeah, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, what guidance are they given about how to undertake their sales task?
They're not so much as salespeople on the phones. They're customer service. So if someone rings up for a quote, they read the appropriate scripting and ensure the person understands at the other end of the phone.
Well, you've referred to inbound phone calls as one of your sales channels, haven't you,
Yes.
Mr. Jones? So they do sell products?
Yes,
Yes. And are they given no guidance other than to pick up before the first 3 rings?
3 rings, and they read the sales presentation to the person on the other end of the phone, ensuring that all the details are correct.
Are you saying they've never had KPIs, Mr. Jones?
I'm not sure.
Well, can I ask that you look at ACBF 0006 0001 0045? Now, this is a letter to a sales representative who's not an in-the-field sales representative explaining the terms and conditions of their employment. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It's dated the 13th of February last year.
Yeah, well, that was well before my time. I haven't seen this letter.
Are you familiar with letters that you send now to your sales representatives when you hire them?
I try and make myself aware. Yes.
Well, can I ask you to look at the second page of this letter, 0046. And do you see the specific duties there? Referred to as the KPIs?
Yes.
And the KPIs required them to complete applications for 10 new nominees each week
Correct.
and to call on existing clients to review their policies.
Correct.
And if they met or exceeded their KPIs, they were entitled to a $20 bonus for each new nominee.
That may have been the case. Yes. I've never seen that in practice whatsoever in my time at ACBF.
What, do you mean that these people who are employed under these letters and told that this is the way they will be remunerated were not remunerated in this way?
I'm unsure. I'm not sure who that letter refers to and whether they're still within the business.
The $20 bonus was only payable again if they got the first 3 payments from the policyholder.
Okay.
And they were also entitled to a $10 payment for each new method of payment for a client. You familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Why would ACBF pay a bonus in respect of a policyholder switching their payment method?
I'm unaware. It may be because certain methods were unsuccessful.
So this appears to have been the position as conveyed by ACBF to people it hired in 2017. I want to take you to a similar letter from this year. I'll tender this letter first, Commissioner.
Letter of appointment, ACBF Administration Proprietary Limited, 13 February 2017, ACBF 0006 0001 0045, Exhibit 4.162.
Would I ask that you look at ACBF 0006 0001 0154? We see this is a letter sent by ACBF to a new employee on the 4th of April this year.
Yes.
I assume you're familiar with this form of letter, Mr. Jones, because it's in your period of time with ACBF.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Yes. And now if we could turn to 0168 within this letter. We'll see a page headed bonus terms. So this is a letter for sales representatives who are not in field, isn't it?
This is one of the indigenous,
This is for
ladies.
one of the Indigenous women, is it?
from what I believe, yeah.
The 4 Indigenous women that you referred to before.
Correct.
Okay. So they're entitled to bonuses, we see from this page.
Correct.
You see that? So there's a sliding scale for these employees.
Correct.
For the first 29 additional nominees that are signed up, they're paid $20.
Correct.
And for between 30 and 39 additional nominees, they're paid $30.
Correct.
And so on, culminating in them being paid $70 for between 70 and 100 additional nominees.
Correct.
So these are the terms on which you have engaged the 4 Indigenous women who are doing the networking work that you described earlier.
Initially, yes.
What do you mean initially, Mr. Jones?
Initially, they were engaged to see whether they would be able to sell under the same mannerisms or the same method, and realising that they weren't able to, we have since transitioned them into different positions where they're networking, as I stated before.
But they're networking to make sales opportunities. That was your evidence.
Yes.
So do you say they were remunerated on these terms for a period, but they are no longer?
Yes.
And what's the basis for their remuneration now?
It's still based on connections that they make and sales that are generated from it,
Yes.
but not from door-to-door sales, no.
This doesn't say door-to-door sales. This is about the number of nominees who are signed up.
Yes.
Are they still remunerated on the basis of the number of nominees that they sign up?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So how many of your employees are currently remunerated on this basis, this sliding scale basis?
There's 4.
Thank you. They are the 4 Indigenous women.
They are correct.
Thank you. I tender this letter, Commissioner.
Offer of employment ACBF Administration Proprietary Limited 4 April 18 ACBF 0006 0001 0154 Exhibit 4.163.
Now, can I turn, Mr. Jones, to the information that ACBF requires from a prospective plan holder when they apply for a policy?
Yes.
The customer needs to submit an application form, just as Ms Walsh did.
Correct.
Yes. And that includes a health statement that needs to be completed.
Correct.
And ACBF uses the disclosed pre-existing health conditions to determine a health level of 1, 2 or 3 that will be assigned to the nominee.
Correct.
And the nominee's health level and age are the 2 factors that determine the fortnightly premium.
Correct.
And that's done using a health and age levels pricing table that you've included in your statement.
That's correct.
And we see from that that a nominee with a level 3 health level pays the most expensive premiums.
Yes.
Now, where do your health classifications in that table come from?
I believe from actuary information.
What's the basis for designating certain conditions as level 1, level 2 or level 3?
The assumed risk associated with insuring someone with certain health classifications.
So does ACBF's health classification system result in higher premiums for people with medical conditions that are more common amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people than amongst Australians generally?
I'm unsure.
Well, if you say it's about assumed risk,
Yes.
what's the basis for dealing with the assumed risk?
I dare say it's the health conditions and the mortality rate that's associated with those.
So your system results in higher premiums for people with medical conditions that are more common amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
If that counts to the higher mortality rate of Indigenous Australians, then yes.
Yes, so you charge them more on that basis.
Yeah, because the risk is higher.
I want to ask about your premium structure. You deal with this in your statement in some tables that follow paragraph 11. Policyholders can choose their benefit amount, is that right?
Correct?
So if you get a level 1 or a level 2 health classification, the range for your chosen benefit amount is from $6,000 to $20,000.
Correct?
And if you're given a level 3 health classification, your benefit amount can be from $4,000 to $10,000.
Correct?
Now, could I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0003 1757? This is the ASIC analysis of the funeral insurance sector in Australia, issued in April 2014 that I took you to yesterday.
Yep.
And could I ask you to look at a different section of the report at 1769? We see there's some findings of ASIC about the average sum insured for funeral insurance. Do you see the heading towards the bottom of the page?
Yes.
You see from paragraph 49 that among all insurers as at the 30th of June 2013, the average sum they were insured for was $8,859,
Yes.
and the average sum insured among all new insurees was slightly higher at $10,631.
Correct?
But your customers were insured for an average amount, we see it in paragraph 50, of about $6,700. Do you see that?
6,700.
Yes, so do you see in paragraph 50 that for active policies, those insured with a particular insurer, whose name is redacted, were covered for the highest average amount, which was $11,309. And in contrast, your customers were insured for the lowest average amount at $6,709.
Yes.
That was the finding of ASIC.
Okay.
And if we look at the table over the page at 1770, we see a list of the insurers that ASIC looked into, and the names of all the other insurers are redacted, but we see where you appear at the bottom of the table with the lowest average insured amount.
Correct?
Do those figures concern you, Mr. Jones, that your clients are insured for far less than clients of other insurers?
No, because it's proportional to what the individuals elect is affordable and appropriate for them at the time.
But what they can elect is determined by the health rating that you give them. We saw that there are bands that they can't exceed depending on the particular health classification you've ascribed.
They can all get a higher than $6,000 benefit if they elect to. They just will have to pay more, which is directly related to the risk associated.
Well, is that right? You tell us in your statement that they can only choose an amount within a particular band depending on their health classification. Do you remember that I asked you and you agreed that for a level 1 and level 2, the band was 6 to 20,000?
Correct.
And for a level 3 classification, it's 4 to 10,000.
Correct.
So does that concern you that they are being insured for amounts far less than what some other insurers are insuring?
Sorry, so are you inferring that we should have a $15,000 and $20,000
No, I'm just asking
amount.
you whether you're concerned by
I'm sorry, I'm just confused with the question. I'm just, if we need to add a 15 and a 20,000 band for level 3, then we can do that, but it's, the costs associated with it would increase as well.
Right, so how have you come up with those bands? That's through your actuary's work, is it?
From my understanding,
Yes.
this is
But are you
what I've been hearing.
proposing now to change those bands so that people can insure for a higher amount?
If that's what's been inferred, my understanding is the tables that are there, which I've inherited, were put in place by previous management under the guise of, or under the direction of an actuary.
And are they appropriate tables, Mr Jones?
I believe with the mortality inherent risk within the indigenous, yes.
I see. Well, each of your types of policies, your 3 different types of policies, uses a stepped premium structure, doesn't it?
Yes,
You understand what a stepped premium structure is?
I do.
Okay. So each nominee enters a new, as they enter a new age bracket in the contribution table that you've told us about in your statement, the amount of their premiums goes up.
That's correct.
Okay.
This table is given to them at the time of the application.
Yes, they
Yeah.
receive a copy of that table.
Yes.
And putting to one side the table itself, does ACBF disclose to them in any other way that their premiums are going to increase over time?
Other than that, no.
Can I ask you to look at another ASIC document, which was a report produced by ASIC in October 2015, ASIC 0800 008 0030. This is a report published in October 2015 by ASIC entitled Funeral Insurance, a Snapshot.
Correct.
See that? You're familiar with this report, Mr.
Yes.
Jones?
Yes, I have read it.
And we see on this front page that it gives a snapshot of the funeral insurance market in Australia in 2013 and 2014.
Correct.
And this report contained a number of recommendations to funeral insurers.
Yes.
And one of those recommendations was that funeral insurers provide an upfront estimate of the total cost of the policy based on the options offered. You're familiar with that?
I am.
Does ACBF provide an upfront estimate of the total cost of the policy to its customers?
No, it doesn't.
Why not, Mr. Jones?
I'm unaware as to why it hasn't acted on that. Moving forwards, that's something that we will add in to those recommendations into all future promotion and any information given out.
Do you understand that this involves engaging with the particular customer and giving them an upfront estimate of the total cost of the policy to them? It's not about your marketing material, it's about your engagement with each
Them.
potential customer.
Yep. Each and every time that they
Yes.
take out a quote.
So are you saying you're going to commence doing that?
Yes.
And you don't know why you haven't done that up until whenever you're going to start doing it, given that this recommendation was made in October 2015?
Yes.
You don't know why?
I don't know why.
All right.
It's been part of the IT platform that we're releasing, and I understand that it's online, and those that are in remote locations will struggle to do that, but it will be part of the scripting for any phone calls, any documentation going forwards, any engagement with individuals, that we will make that directive that they are fully aware of the total cost to premium.
So you will do this going forward?
Yes.
You will comply with the recommendation?
Yes, 100%.
Tender the document, Commissioner.
ASIC report 454, funeral insurance, a snapshot, October 15, ASIC 0800 0008 0030, exhibit 4.164.
Now, you agreed yesterday, Mr. Jones, that your plan holders can end up paying more in premiums than they would ever be entitled to recover under the policy.
Small proportion of them, yes.
This is what you referred to as the unders and overs yesterday.
Correct.
And you've provided numbers in your statement of the plan holders for each of the three types of policy who have already paid more in insurance premiums than their current maximum benefit available.
Correct.
Now, in the case of the ACBF plan, 572 of your 13,460 plan holders are in that position. They've already paid more than they could ever recover under the policy.
Correct.
And you told us yesterday that in January there was a management directive by which you would release policyholders from making future premium payments if they called and identified that they were struggling to make contributions.
Correct.
And we discussed yesterday, and I think you agreed that that would only happen if the customer called and requested that it happen.
Correct.
I could ask you to look at ACBF 0003 0001 0136. This is a document that ACBF produced to the Royal Commission. Yes, I think we need to pan up higher to see the title of the document. That's curious. The version that we have of this document has a title and headings to the columns. The title reads, Future Payments Being Waived. Are you familiar with the document in that form, Mr. Jones?
I am.
Yes, you know what this document is?
I've seen it, yes.
Yes, and the columns, the first column is headed reference number, the second column paid,
Correct.
the third column payout, the fourth column date approved, and the final column letter sent.
Correct.
So this document lists all of the accounts for which policyholders have been released from making future premium payments.
That's correct.
So there are 26 accounts listed,
Yes.
and we can see that in 2 of those accounts the policyholder hasn't in fact paid more in insurance premiums than the maximum benefit available.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
There are 2 instances, which are the 8th and the 10th row down, where the person has paid an amount in the second column which is less than their payout figure in the third column.
Yeah, I can see that.
So that means that there are 24 accounts where you've waived future payments in circumstances where the person has paid more than their entitlement.
Yes.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
ACBF list of future payments waived, ACBF 0003 0001 0136, Exhibit 4.165.
Can I come back to the ASIC report from 2015, ASIC 0800 0008 0030? I want to ask you about another recommendation within that report. Are you aware that ASIC recommended in this document that if the total amount of premiums payable under a policy has the potential to exceed the benefit amount, this is at 0035, in those circumstances an insurer should clearly and prominently disclose this to the consumer as an identified risk? Do you see the third dot point in the first row on the right-hand side?
I do.
If the total amount of premiums payable under a policy has the potential to exceed the benefit amount, clearly and prominently disclose this to consumers as an identified risk. Does ACBF do this?
No.
Why not, Mr. Jones?
I'm unaware as to why it doesn't do it.
So again, a recommendation made by the regulator in October 2015 that has not been adopted by ACBF.
And it should be, and it will be.
So you intend to implement this recommendation as well?
Yes.
So how are you going to do that?
With council, with those that,
How are you going to clearly and prominently disclose this matter to consumers as an identified risk?
will ensure it's part of any disclaimer in bold and verbally and visually shown, which is culturally appropriate to the people that we're.
So you plan to do this by expanding the disclaimer on your promotional material?
Disclaimer and making sure that any material that is produced is shown with pictorials and
When will you
And,
start doing that?
straight away.
And you can't explain why it's taken almost 3 years to implement that recommendation?
I can't, it was well before my time, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now about cancellations of your policies, Mr. Jones. You say in your statement that ACBF only cancels policies in a limited number of circumstances.
Correct,
One of those is if the plan holder asks for it to be cancelled.
correct,
Another is if a plan holder passes away and either receives the payout or doesn't.
correct,
You also cancel if there are multiple missed payments.
correct,
And under your rules, under your plan rules, you're entitled to cancel if the payment arrears become equal to or exceed the amount of 4 payments payable by that person.
in 1 year, yes.
Yes. Now, in a media release, one of the media releases from last week, the one published last Wednesday, ACBF 0008 0001 0204, the 27th of June media release, and if we look at the back page, 0205, I'm sorry, it's on the screen. Do you see under ACFP versus other funeral funding options that you provide there a list of things that, unlike other funeral funding options, ACFP offers members? Do you see that?
I do,
And the third last thing that you offer members, the fourth last thing, is an ability to miss up to 3 payments in any calendar year and remain covered.
correct,
Now, is that a fair characterisation of what you're doing here, Mr. Jones? You're offering to the customer an ability to miss up to 3 payments?
we are. Other policies with other insurers, I don't believe, are as lenient.
So you have turned your entitlement under the plan rules to cancel a policy after 4 payments into a positive selling point. You're offering the ability to continue with the policy after missing up to 3 payments.
We're ensuring that those that want to continue with their benefit, that there's the appropriate means to continue to be covered.
And if you cancel a plan, the nominee loses all of their cover.
Yes, they do.
No money is paid back to them.
No, it's not.
And in your statement, in paragraphs 18 to 20, we see after those paragraphs some tables that provide an overview of the number of cancelled policies and the reasons for the cancellation. I might move to those tables. I've already tendered that media release, Commissioner.
Good.
See after paragraph 20, overview of circumstances of cancelled policies. And on this page, we're dealing with fund number 2.
Correct?
And we see in the table at paragraph 19 that for fund number 2, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the reference to this. I can see that there's 2,260. I'm sorry, there's 260 policy holders who've cancelled their policy. Do you see that in paragraph 19, the table there?
Yes.
Well, over what period have 260 policy holders cancelled their Fund Number 2 policies?
I believe the information's from 2013, 1st of January.
So over the last 5 years, is that
Yes.
right? And if we look at the table in paragraph 18, we see that for that fund, ACBF has cancelled 1,862 policies. Do you see that?
Whereabouts, sorry?
So under 18, we've got a table that's called Policies Cancelled by ACBF.
Correct.
So there's a much larger number of policies cancelled by ACBF than cancelled by the policy holder, 1,862 compared to 260.
Correct.
And how many of those 1,862 ACBF cancellations occurred as a result of non-payment of premiums?
Of the 1,862,
Yes,
it would be all of them.
all of them, thank you. And in relation to the community plan, we see in paragraph 19, the table there, that 166 policy holders have cancelled their policy.
Correct.
Is that again over that 5-year period?
Yes, it is.
And ACBF has cancelled 161 of those policies.
Correct.
Now, this is the fund that is not referable to, not provided for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community.
Correct.
Yes. And again, is the 161 policies cancelled by ACBF entirely referable to non-payment of premiums?
Correct.
And for the ACBF plan, the plan that is directed to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we see that 9,121 policy holders have cancelled those policies,
Correct.
again over the 5-year period,
Correct.
and 13,175 of the policies have been cancelled by ACBF.
Correct.
Again, do we understand that the entirety of those cancellations were due to non-payment of premiums?
Yes, following the ruling where centre pay was no longer a payment method, despite many attempts to contact those customers, a large pool, my understanding is 6,000 of those customers were directly related to the centre pay fall off.
Were they people who worked out after the centre pay, the use of centre pay to pay your premiums was cancelled? Are they people who worked out the amount of the premiums that were being paid?
No,
You say these...
that's from people that we cancelled
I see.
because they're uncontactable.
I see. You couldn't find them even though you'd been deducting amounts from their Centrelink benefits.
Yes.
6,000 of them,
Yes.
and you had no ability to contact them.
In every instance when there's one missed payment, a text goes out, a phone call is made, a letter is sent in every instance of a missed payment.
So these were people whose location you didn't know,
No,
but you were continuing to accept their premium payments.
because if they're paying, we're sending out documentation, and if they're paying, then if we're unable to contact them, then
But how were you going to talk to them in the event that there was a need to pay them out?
well, that's why we had field reps going around updating people's information, because they do change their contact details frequently.
Right, but at that time, when you ceased to be able to use the centre pay system, you had 6,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander customers whose whereabouts were not known to you.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We made our best efforts to contact each and every one of those.
If you cancel a nominee's plan for non-payment of premiums, they have to reapply to get a new plan, don't they?
In some instances, yes.
Well, in what instances? In all instances, they would have to start again, wouldn't they?
They can either reinstate the previous plan or create a new plan, yes.
But they wouldn't get any credit from the previous plan because it was over.
If they applied their waiting period to their premium, elected premium amount would be waived. In the first instance, as soon as the first payment's received, if they're a level 1 and 2, they immediately receive $6,000 cover after
Yes.
the first payment. If they're a level 3, they immediately receive $4,000
But
cover.
the amount that they've paid under the policy that has been cancelled is not carried across, is it?
Well, no.
No, thank you. Now, I want to ask you about what happens when a claim is made, assuming it's a person whose whereabouts you know. We see at 12.1 of your statement that you say that all ACBF funeral plans pay the full protected benefit from the date of joining.
Sorry, restate that.
Well, I'll just ask you to look at 12.1 of your statement. Since all ACBF funeral plans, do you see this, the second sentence?
I do.
Will pay the full protected benefit from date of joining, as opposed to paying an accrued value from a savings account. It was critical to protect the interests of existing members by providing a balanced and fair stepped contribution table that reflects the age and pre-existing health-related risks associated with new members.
Correct.
So you're telling us there that your plans pay the full protected benefit from the date of joining.
Sorry, that's an error. That's what I was meaning, was the cover of the $6,000 immediately.
Yeah, you don't, do you? You don't pay the full protected benefit from date of joining.
From the date of joining. It's from the first payment where they receive the $6,000 cover, and after 12 months they receive the full benefit.
Could you just repeat that? I want to make sure I understand that. What do you say happens after the first payment?
After the first payment, they are covered for up to $6,000.
What do you mean up to $6,000?
Well, they're covered for $6,000 for funeral-related costs.
After they make the first payment?
After the first payment, yes.
Right. And
Correct.
what else did you say?
And then after 12 months, if they have elected a higher benefit amount of than $6,000, they are covered for that benefit amount.
Can I ask you to look at ASIC 0025 0001 0582? So this is one of your training manuals provided to the Commission, Mr. Jones. You've seen this document before?
No, I haven't.
Well,
Not the 2013 version, no.
You have seen this document before, haven't you? It was a document that the Commission drew your lawyer's attention to prior to you giving evidence.
I may or may not have. I'm
You don't know if you've seen this document.
not this April 2013 training manual, no.
Did you look at the documents that the Commission identified for your lawyers prior to you giving evidence?
Whatever they provided to me, yes, but I have not seen this document.
Can I ask you to look at 0602?
Well, Ms Hoare, is there any doubt raised about this document having been provided to for the information of the witness? Mr McMillan?
I'll just confirm that if I could, Commissioner.
I'll wait for Mr McMillan to look at that because this is an ASIC produced document and it is possible, Commissioner, as Ms Zalesnikov draws to my attention, that it was notified to ASIC but not notified to ACBF.
Well, I want to get to the bottom of it, is all.
I'm sorry, I'm only speaking to...
Just a moment, Mr Jones. We'll sort this out and then we'll give you a chance to have a go in a sec.
Commissioner, It's not in the list of materials that I've been instructed were brought to our attention that might be referred to by counsel assisting.
Yes.
But we certainly may have been given access to it in the suite of materials for this case study, but it wasn't, as I understand, in the list of materials that we were specifically referred to.
Yes.
I think that's right, Commissioner. This is a document that was produced under a notice to produce directed to ASIC. Yes, directed to ASIC, and I apologise. It appears we have not included it on the list that was notified to ACBF prior to Mr Jones's evidence. So I'll ask you to just take some time looking at the section that I'm going to direct you to, Mr Jones, which is 0602. Do you see the page benefit amounts and payouts? I'd like you to look in particular at 9.2 limitations on the payout amount.
Yes.
And do you see the paragraph there? After the first full payment is received, there is immediate cover for $6,000 in the event of that nominee's death. There is a waiting period before the chosen benefit amount will be paid.
Correct.
So what's the waiting period?
12 months, from my understanding. This document as well has since changed.
All right.
So that's why I was unaware of it.
So in this document we see that in each year the maximum benefit available increases by $2,000 until they get to the maximum benefit amount. Has that changed as well?
Yes, it has.
All right. And you heard Ms Walsh's evidence that she received a maximum benefit certificate when she got to that point. Is that still the practice of ACBF to issue maximum benefit certificates? When did that change?
I'm unaware. I'm sorry.
But you know it has changed?
I haven't been made aware that it's a practice currently.
So it could still be the practice, Mr Jones?
It could be. I only am aware of the current policies that we're selling, and
You're not aware of whether you send out maximum benefit certificates still?
no.
Why, when they were sent, which might still be the case, why were or are they sent?
I'm unaware. It was before my time. Sorry.
You don't know why maximum benefit certificates are sent to
I
your
believe that it was a
policyholders?
way, from what I could gather, it might be a way to notify the individual that their benefit amount has increased.
Their amount has increased.
Yes. So Miss Walsh's statement, when she was referring to when she received it in 2008, she hadn't actually paid $8,000 by that stage.
She hadn't.
No.
So the certificate was inaccurate.
It was letting her know that her benefit amount had increased in correlation with the amount of payments that she'd received.
Well, I just want to make sure again I understand that. Can we have a look at the certificate that Ms Walsh received? And I should first tender that document, Commissioner.
ACBF Training Manual, April 2013, ASIC 0025 0001 0582, Exhibit 4.166.
Could I also note that I only found that out yesterday as well?
What did you find out yesterday, Mr Jones?
The information that had been tendered by Ms Walsh regarding the certificate.
What do you mean by that? Did you see her statement for the first time yesterday?
No, I saw her statement prior to that, but the information specifically relating to the certificate, and that she had believed that she'd been paid that she'd paid $8,000 in 2008. That information I was only made aware of yesterday.
I see.
Through her statement.
By listening to Ms
Yes.
Walsh's evidence.
Yes.
So the certificate is ACBF 0001 0001 0148. Now you say this was about telling Ms Walsh that her benefit amount had increased.
Yes.
Is that what you said? From what amount to what amount?
Well, I believe if she had signed up at $6,000, that it might have been a certificate to let her know that she'd been moved up to the next.
Well, we know
bracket.
she signed up at $8,000, didn't she?
Yes.
And we see that the language in this certificate is that it is awarded to her to acknowledge that she has attained her chosen benefit amount of $8,000.
Yes, just referring to the document that you had on the screen before, just following those rules on the different years. So she would have started at 6, and then in correlation to the amount of payments that she'd made, they would then move her up to their next bracket.
I see. So prior to this time, you say even though she had an $8,000 maximum benefit, she
Yes.
would have only been entitled to $6,000.
Yes, as part of the rules that were shown on the
I
previous
see.
screen.
And on this date, because of the period of time that she'd held the policy, she became entitled to an $8,000.
That's correct.
So it wasn't about her having paid $8,000
No.
at that time.
No.
It was about the entitlement that she had from this date
Yes.
because of the period in which she'd held the policy.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can I ask you while we're looking at this to also look at ACBF 0001 0001 0067? So this is a letter that was sent to Ms Walsh on the 10th of January 2007,
Correct?
headed increase in chosen benefit amount.
Correct?
Now, just excuse me for a moment. In this letter, Ms Walsh is advised that she's received an increase in chosen benefit amount, as was advised at this time. Do you see that? When
I
a
do.
benefit amount of 4,000 or 6,000 is chosen for the life of the plan, once your first plan payment is received, the plan would pay that benefit amount following the death of the nominee.
Correct?
When a benefit amount of 8,000 or more is chosen, once your first plan payment is received, there's immediate cover for 6,000. The amount of that cover increases each year until it reaches the chosen benefit amount.
Correct?
Now, what was the purpose of this letter?
I'm unsure, other than letting her know that that was the rules to which she'd...
So, I'm just trying to understand why she got a letter about these matters on the 10th of January 2007, and then she also received the document that we just had on the screen in April 2008, which you say was conveying the same things.
Correct? I'm not sure whether it directly correlated to any phone calls that she may have made to ACBF, and this was a letter that was subsequently sent.
But do you say that the same message was being conveyed by the January 2007 letter and the April 2008 certificate?
I believe that was the purpose.
At two different points in time?
Yes.
Do you think that might be confusing for the recipient of these communications to understand?
I can't speak to the nature of why this letter was being produced.
All right. I tender that letter, Commissioner.
ACBF letter to Tracy Walsh, 10 January 07, ACBF 0001 0001 0067, Exhibit 4.167. While it's up, Ms Orr, do we need to go beyond this page or not?
Yes, we were going to go to the third page of this letter while I was dealing with some questions
You
about
take the
Ms
course
Walsh.
that seems best to you.
Do I take from that, Commissioner, that you would like to ask some questions about this
No.
letter? No. I'll return to that letter when I'm asking you about Ms Walsh, but just dealing with cancellations and bases for cancellations now, we've talked about missing payments and that being a basis for cancellation. Another thing that you tell us in your statement is a basis for cancellation by ACBF is where there's been a failure to disclose a pre-existing illness. Is that right?
Correct?
And you tell us in your statement that claims would not have been refused on this basis prior to January this year, but that recent changes to the centre pay rules have required a greater level of scrutiny in this regard as a matter of fairness to existing members. That's paragraph 21.3b of your statement.
Correct.
And later in your statement at paragraph 22, you say that ACBF's new management has assessed the declined membership and policies due to the federal government's injunction to stop centre pay as a payment method and the fiduciary duty to other policy holders and members. So perhaps if we could have 22.1 and 21.3b both on the screen, that would be helpful. Is this your language, Mr. Jones, this reference to the federal government's injunction and the fiduciary duty to other policy holders and members?
To a large extent, yes.
That's your language?
It's not something I generally convey, but in this setting, yes.
And what are you referring to there?
I was referring to the 6,000 members that the company had lost due to centre pay, and I can't speak to why previous management didn't pull up those that hadn't disclosed pre-existing illnesses on their applications.
You didn't lose these customers due to centre pay, did you?
They were paying via centre pay.
Yes.
Yes.
What you lost was the ability to charge these customers who you had already lost.
Yes, but I dare say a large majority of those people are still unaware that they're not covered.
They may have been unaware that they were covered in the period when you were deducting payments from their Centrelink benefits.
That may also be the case, yes.
Well, up until quite recently, ACBF denied claims where the nominee's cause of death was suicide or intentional self-injury, didn't it?
It has.
So if we focus on the ACBF plan, the previous policy was that if a nominee committed suicide or died as a result of intentional self-injury, the payout was limited to the amount that ACBF determined had been paid by way of premiums.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And then you tell us at paragraph 21.2 of your statement, at the top of the left-hand side of the screen, that your policy in relation to payouts upon suicide has recently changed.
In between July and October last year, yes.
And you say that your policy was informed by the fact that this is a vexed issue.
Correct.
And you say that ACBF's view was that many of its customers and local community groups were strongly opposed to coverage in the event of suicide, as it may be seen to condone it.
That was my understanding, yes.
That was your understanding?
From what I've been told by previous.
And that's what you've told us in your statement?
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
I was purely speaking from what I'd been told.
I want to suggest to you that it was in fact the case that ACBF received backlash from the community in relation to its previous policy about suicide.
I did. It's a tragic occurrence, and yes, in any circumstances when a family that's grieving is denied, they would.
Well, is it correct that customers and local community were strongly opposed to coverage in the event of suicide, as you tell us in your statement?
I can't speak to that other than what I've been told by previous.
So someone's told you that that was the position?
That was the position.
Who's told you that?
People within the business.
Which people within the business?
Staff members that have been employed by the company for anywhere up to 15, 16 years.
At what level are they employed, these people you spoke to about this?
One's the lady that we have in claims.
A lady in claims?
And other team leaders.
And that's what they've told you, that customers and local community groups were strongly opposed to coverage in the event of suicide.
But that's what their understanding of the position was, yes.
All right, can I ask you to look at ACBF 0003 0001 0137? This is an ACBF document that you've looked at, Mr. Jones. Have you looked at this one?
In the lead up to this, yes.
Yes, and we see it's called Proposal to Reconsider Payout Restrictions for Suicide.
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document, Mr. Jones?
One of our staff members that suicide was close to her.
And we see on the first page a reference to currently the Aboriginal Funeral Plans Proprietary Limited and the Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund Number 2 Proprietary Limited do not make a payout upon the passing of a nominee or member where the cause of death is suicide or intentional self-injury. Over the years, we have felt a backlash from the community in relation to this. I would like to request this exclusion to the payout conditions be re-evaluated. Do you see that?
I do.
And if we turn to, yes, with the third paragraph there, we see references to the position of other funeral insurance companies, which is to offer suicide and intentional injury cover after a period of 12 months.
Yes.
After careful research, it appears we may be the only company that does not offer suicide coverage.
Again, I can't speak to what research she did.
Well, do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I don't.
And the author of this paper refers under the heading Australian Bureau of Statistics to some statistics recording that Aboriginal people have the highest youth suicide rate in the world and the highest suicide rate overall of every country with the exception of Greenland. Sorry, we'll just need to pan back so you can see that.
I agree. Yeah, that's
Yes.
it's a disgrace that our indigenous are facing such high statistics of suicide.
And that you are not paying out for suicide.
I can't speak to the management of the past. Certain judgments would also had to be a risk associated with that, with actuary reports and information as well. It all goes back to the assumed risk as well.
So this was a paper prepared by one of your staff about the consequences of your non-payment for suicide, and it was an exhortation to management to change that policy, wasn't
Correct.
it?
Yes.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
ACBF internal memorandum concerning payout restrictions for suicide, ACBF 0003 0001 0137, Exhibit 4.168.
It's clear from that document that the author's view was that the backlash from customers and local community was about you not paying out on suicide.
Correct.
Yes, contrary to what you said in your statement.
That there's always two sides. That what one's position might be ultimately will be different to those that are in the situation at the time.
Well, the organisation was aware, as a result of this paper, of this author's view and this author's assessment of the position of customers and the local community.
That's correct, and we've since changed that position. So,
well, you tell us in your statement at paragraph 21.2 that the issue wasn't a financial or commercial decision, but a decision taken after much consultation with members. That's the decision to change your policy?
it was both of those.
And what form did your consultation take?
Speaking to the actuary and other management at the time,
So there was no consultation with members of the fund?
We've spoken to some members, yes.
How many, Mr Jones?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I wasn't 100% engaged. Well, I wasn't engaged at this time.
So this is based on what other people have said to you?
Told me, yes. Correct.
We see from 21.3C2B, which is further down, we might need to go to the next page. Pre-September 2017, suicide had the following rules applied. In general terms, the position now is that if a person joins post-September 2017 and they've been a nominee for 12 months or more, full payment is made on the nominee's suicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that is the current position.
Yes.
And in the media release that you published last week on the 27th of June, you said that ACBF will pay a refund of all contributions in case of suicide without administrative charges.
That was prior to the July 2017. The new policy does state that a full payment after 12 months will be paid. But between when they join to 12 months, they will receive their full, any money that they've paid to date back.
But you didn't make that distinction clear in your media release?
I apologise. It needs to be clearer.
Well, it was quite misleading, wasn't it, Mr Jones?
There was no intention to mislead.
Can I ask you just to look at exactly what you said at ACBF 0008 0001 0204? We'll need to look at the second page of that media release, which is 0205. We looked at this part of your media release before. This is under the heading ACFP versus other funeral funding options. Unlike other funeral funding options, ACFP offers members, and do you see the third last dot point, refund of all contributions in case of suicide without administrative charges?
I do, and that should read within the first 12 months and after 12 months the full benefit.
It's not what it says, is it, Mr Jones?
No, I agree, and it needs to change. We're happy to retract it and issue a apology to that effect.
Well, you issued another media release 2 days later on the 29th of June, and that is ACBF 0008 0001 0206. So this is the 29th of June media release, and in this media release you said, under the heading suicide, third paragraph down, ACFP stands with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families in the grief that suicide brings. We have chosen to cover suicides as a result of compassion for our policyholders. We do not seek to profit from suicides, and in fact our suicide payouts are made at a loss. You see that?
I do.
Why is it the case that ACBF's suicide payouts are made at a loss?
I don't believe that should be stated that way.
Is that another error in the media releases?
Yes.
And you repeated those statements in the media release that you published on the 2nd of July. I'll show you that. ACBF 0008 0001 0202. So So your statement became even more definitive in this media release. Under the heading Fact Check, ACFP does not profit from suicide. The Aboriginal Community Funeral Plan does not profit from suicides. We have never profited from suicides. In fact, all payments we make related to suicide are paid at a loss.
That was referring to prior to 2017 that would refund.
Well, that's not what it says, is it, Mr. Jones?
No, it's not.
So another error in your media release under the heading Fact Check.
I think the issue in the creation of these media releases was in conjunction with the news story ABC was looking to run, and they were directly related to questions they were asking.
And
I understand that it does appear to be deceiving, and that's not the intention in which they were written.
Well, they are inaccurate statements
They are.
in response to that media coverage, aren't they?
They are
But portrayed as fact checks.
incorrect.
ACBF's recent move to provide coverage in relation to suicides is now being used by it as a sales tool, isn't it?
Not as a sales tool, but as a means to ensure those that are taking out policies are aware of the fact that we do cover suicide now.
Well, you've made put quite a degree of emphasis on it in the 2nd of July media release that we have on the screen at the moment. We see a large section of this media release under the heading Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Suicide, the Sad Facts, and multiple quotes from you in there. And we see you in the second last paragraph calling on all Australian governments and community groups to address these long-standing issues that have been firmly in the public eyes since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody over 30 years ago.
Correct.
So you agree that you are, in your public materials, placing considerable emphasis on your new position in relation to payments for suicides.
Because I believe it's a tragedy that our Indigenous Australians are facing suicide, which is far outweighed by those that are non-Indigenous.
But for a considerable period of time, your policies in relation to the payout of suicide did not result in benefits being paid.
That's correct.
In response to that tragedy that you've just referred to.
Again, I can't speak to why policies hadn't had it included, other than what I've been told. The research is only just now becoming available regarding Indigenous suicide.
Is that right? You describe it in this media release as a long-standing issue that's been firmly in the public eyes since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody over 30 years ago.
It has been an issue, yes.
I tender that media release, Commissioner.
ACBF Media Release 2 July 18, ACBF 0008 0001 0202, Exhibit 4.169.
So although you've now liberalised your position in relation to payouts on suicide, MURA in its cultural audit recommended that you still strengthen your processes around the mental health assessment to new policy holders. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And MURA expressed concern in their work about the fact that in comparison to non-Indigenous Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a higher prevalence of both diagnosed and undiagnosed causes of mental illness.
Correct.
And MURA recommended that given that a feature of your funeral plan is to make a payment after 12 months if a policyholder commits suicide, that there needed to be more rigour placed around the health assessment of new policyholders, as this presents an ongoing risk for the business. You recall that?
Correct.
And do you plan to implement that recommendation?
If we can help our members with any of the information that we have on hand.
Or in what way would that be helping your members?
If we could direct them to services that could better assist
It's about directing them to services, not about dealing with the ongoing risk for your business.
We're in a risk business, so they do go hand in hand. I do have compassion for the people that we represent, and if we can honestly and wholeheartedly help those individuals, then yes. And that's where I'd like to work with government agencies, that I believe that we have certain information on hand which would benefit government agencies by way of the health information that we've collected over the years.
That's why that's why you have and will continue to collect that information to help government agencies.
No, I'm just saying that there is an opportunity that we could help government agencies if they too are struggling to collect certain information from individuals.
It's about managing your risk, isn't it? It's about managing your risk, given that these policies are provided to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and they are a group of the community with a higher prevalence of diagnosed and undiagnosed cases of mental illness.
That's correct.
Now, do you know what the average value of claims paid by ACBF is?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, if we could return to ASIC's work, ASIC 0025 0003 1757. And we turn to 1778. This was the analysis as at April 2014. We see there that in the 12 months to June 2013, the average value of each claim paid by ACBF was $5,842. Do you see that entry in the table?
I do.
And the claims paid as a percentage of the premiums received was 13.6%.
I see that.
So that percentage was lower than the percentage of premiums received by any of the other funeral insurance providers surveyed by ASIC.
It depends on what data was provided by ACBF. At the time, we know that we hold the members, policyholders' money for 15 months so that they can hold a wake 12 months after or at any time during that period, and we encourage our members to take up that within the 15 months prior. So I can't speak to that data because I don't see what sits behind it.
Well, this was data that each of the insurers who participated in this ASIC work provided to allow ASIC to analyse the funeral insurance sector at this point in time. And we can see from the data that was provided that the average claim payout for an ACBF customer was lower than the average claim payout for customers of any of the other funeral insurers.
Okay.
Does that concern you, Mr. Jones?
Well, it does, and I'd like to look into the data that sits behind it.
We also see that as a percentage of the premiums received, it was the lowest percentage across each of the insurers who were surveyed. You paid less out from the money that you brought in from these customers.
It depends if they've used the data that was paid directly to funeral homes or whether it was across the greater expenses that were paid out.
Why is there a material difference in whether it was that form of data or the other?
That data's is something that I would like to look into.
You know that ASIC sent an information request to ACBF seeking the information that it used in its analysis that went into this report. Are you familiar with that? Yes. So ACBF provided the data that was relied on by ASIC.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We would also differ from those that have, from other funeral insurers that pay their full amount directly to the individual, and that might be part of that difference.
But this is about the amount of claim paid. not where it was paid to, how much was paid, and you paid the least.
Okay.
I want to finally ask you some questions, Mr. Jones, about Ms. Walsh and the evidence that she gave yesterday. You were present for that evidence.
I was.
And you heard that Ms. Walsh obtained her plan with ACBF in late 2005
Correct.
after she met with a ACBF consultant at Rumbalara.
Correct.
And she was initially given a level 1 health classification.
Correct.
And that meant that ACBF was initially willing to give her a $12,000 maximum benefit for $18 fortnightly payments.
Correct.
Yep. But she was subsequently contacted by ACBF and told that she'd been reclassified as having a level 3 health classification.
Within a short period of time, I believe it was within 2 to 3 weeks, she was contacted.
And she was contacted and told that she'd been reclassified as having a level 3 health classification.
Yes, I believe, this is well before my time, but I believe it was due to the fact that she was taking ongoing medication
Yes,
daily.
Medication for depression. That
Yes.
was what resulted in the change to her
Yes.
health classification. And that reclassification resulted in her maximum benefit amount being reduced by a quarter and her fortnightly payments doubling.
Again, it's the assumed risk that the company holds and the tables that are present.
So on the basis of the information about Ms. Walsh taking medication for depression, ACBF decided to reduce her maximum benefit amount and charge her more for that reduced amount.
That has happened, yes.
That's what happened?
Yes.
Yes. And she began making fortnightly payments under the plan?
From what I can see, yes.
Yes. And she made those payments regularly?
Yes.
And on the few occasions that she fell into arrears, she repaid the arrears promptly?
From what I understand, yes.
Now, if I could go back to the 10th of January 2017 letter that we had on the screen before, ACBF 0001 0001 0067. Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, I think I may have said 2017. 2007, I apologise if I confused you there, Mr. Jones. And we see there, perhaps if we could bring up the remaining 2 pages of this letter. This is the letter that I took you to before, advising Ms. Walsh that she'd received an increase in her chosen benefit amount.
Correct.
We see the remainder of the letter on the left-hand side of the screen, and on the right-hand side of the screen we see the heading Benefit Amounts Payable.
Correct.
Tracy Lee Walsh, chosen benefit amount $8,000, amount now payable $8,000 for the life of the plan. There are no further increases for this nominee. Now, was that accurate?
I'm unaware whether that was accurate at the time.
Was there an amount now payable of $8,000 for the life of the plan?
I believe they're talking about the benefit amount.
Well, it says amount now payable, Mr. Jones.
I just believe that's incorrectly worded, or it could have been clearer. I can't speak to that document other than that.
It was an expenses only policy, wasn't it, Mr. Jones?
Correct.
And if the expenses for Ms. Walsh's funeral were less than $8,000, she would not be paid $8,000, would she?
No, she wouldn't.
And where in this letter do we see her being made aware of that fact?
It should have referenced previous documentation, or it should have had the reference in the documentation itself.
Well, instead, she's told by this letter that there's an amount now payable of $8,000 for the life of the plan.
Correct.
That wasn't accurate, was it?
Not from that information there.
Was it accurate,
No.
Mr Jones? No, thank you. All right, now, within the period that Ms Walsh had her policy, she contacted ACBF on at least one, if not more occasions in an attempt to try and increase her maximum benefit amount.
Correct.
And ACBF did not increase her maximum benefit amount.
No, they did not.
And until very recently, and I'll come to this, ACBF's position was that it would not raise the maximum benefit amount.
Correct.
So we heard through Ms Walsh's evidence that in late 2016 and early 2017, Ms Walsh's lawyer and ACBF's lawyers exchanged correspondence about Ms Walsh's plan.
From my understanding, yes.
Did you hear the references to that correspondence in Ms Walsh's evidence yesterday?
I did.
So Ms Walsh's lawyers notified ACBF that they considered that ACBF may have engaged in misleading and deceptive conduct in respect of Ms Walsh.
Correct.
And ACBF's lawyers sent a letter in response, which you saw me place on the screen yesterday, and
I
you
did.
heard me read extracts from.
I did.
And in that letter, ACBF strongly refuted the concerns expressed by Ms Walsh's lawyers in relation to the potentially misleading nature of the representations.
Correct.
Now, you've now heard Ms Walsh's evidence. Do you maintain that position?
I maintain the position from when she was first engaged. I do see that in this specific letter, 2 years after she'd signed up, that could be seen as misleading.
She was misled, wasn't she?
I don't believe she was.
You don't believe she was misled?
In that letter, maybe,
No,
but in the
in
previous
her-
correspondence,
In her dealings with ACBF?
I honestly don't think that she was.
She wasn't misled into believing that ACBF was an Aboriginal organisation?
I don't believe so.
Can I ask that you look at the letter from your lawyers to Ms Walsh's lawyers, RCD 0024 0016 0011. And could I ask you to look to 0020. We see under the heading resolution there, strong statements from ACBF's lawyers in response to the allegations from Ms Walsh's statements, from Ms Walsh's lawyers. You see the third paragraph. The documentary evidence discloses no wrongdoing by ACBF and in fact makes it clear that Ms Walsh fully understood the plan. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you maintain that position, Mr Jones?
From looking at the application form, yes, and the policy on how sales reps, what documentation they need to and process they needed to follow, yes.
So having heard Ms Walsh's evidence yesterday, you maintain that she fully understood the plan?
If she read the documentation that she signed, yes.
Well, I want to understand whether you accept, based on her evidence yesterday, that Ms Walsh did not fully understand the plan.
I'm unaware of whether or not she has or has not, other than her statement. I believe that the policy itself that she signed speaks to the fact that she understood.
You heard about her understanding of the plan yesterday, didn't you?
Yes,
You heard that she thought that if she paid more than it would cost for her funeral expenses, the amount that she had paid would go to her family.
I can't speak to that.
You heard her
I heard-
evidence
I heard that.
yesterday that
I
that
heard
was
that.
her understanding?
Yes,
And that wasn't the case, was it?
no,
She was only ever going to receive the amount that it cost to pay for her funeral expenses.
in documentation that she would have been provided, it clearly states that the contrary to that.
States,
States the contrary to her belief.
I
that
see.
that all expenses would be paid up into the benefit amount.
But what if it was less than the benefit amount? What if her funeral was $7,000 in cost?
The current, then that money was held in trust until such time as, if the family don't utilise that money afterwards, it's stated in the documentation that that money would be donated to the Fred Hollows Foundation.
I want to understand that you say the money that would be left over was held in trust.
Yes.
What was the trust it was held in?
I'm not sure of the actual trust itself. It's held that their family themselves can draw on up until the time of 15 months after the passing away, and after such time that money is then donated to or contributed to the Fred Hollows Foundation.
Are you sure about this, Mr. Jones?
From my understanding, yes.
Did you refer to any of this in the statement that you provided to the Commission addressing Ms. Walsh's statement?
From my recollection, no.
So you now say, for the first time, that any amount that was left over after her funeral expenses had been paid would have been held in a trust?
I'm not sure if they're held in a trust per se, but the money that's left over, if it's not drawn on by the family, the payee, then that money is, after 15 months, donated to the Fred Hollows Foundation.
So you say it was available to her family to draw on?
Yes.
I want to be clear about this.
Yes.
That's not something that you told us in your witness statement.
I apologise, there was no intention to deceive there.
We're just trying to understand what the situation is, Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
that's the situation.
and we rely on your witness statement to understand the situation. So you say it was available to her family to draw on, and if they did not draw on it after 15 months, it would have gone to the Fred Hollows Foundation.
Correct.
And is there anywhere in the documents that were provided to Ms. Walsh that made that clear?
The information guide, yes.
The information guide makes clear
Well,
each of those things
it
you've
should,
just told us.
from my understanding, under the current policies and the practices of the past, that was the case.
Well, I'm happy to show you the information guide that you've annexed to your statement, Mr. Jones, and you can see if you can direct us to the portion that deals with the matters you've just given evidence about. It's ACBF 0004 0001 0036. It's the sixth exhibit to your second statement dealing with Ms. Walsh. If we turn to the next page, we see an index, and if we turn to the following pages, it might be simpler if I allow you to flick through the hard copy that you have in front of you as an exhibit to your statement.
It hasn't addressed that within the
Nothing in
information
the,
guide.
I'm sorry?
In the information guide, it doesn't address that. In the current information guide, it does address that. So that's where the confusion comes. Sorry.
I see. So it might be the position if someone was to take out a plan with you now.
Yes, correct.
But it was not the position for Ms. Walsh, was it?
No.
Her family would not have had access to any funds that were left over after the payment of her funeral expenses.
I'm unsure of the practice before.
Well, you've just read the information guide.
Yeah, it doesn't address what's happens to the money after.
Well, it makes clear that the only money that will be paid out is the amount to cover the funeral expenses, doesn't it?
Correct.
All right. Could I just take you back to your correspondence, your lawyer's correspondence to Ms Walsh's lawyers, RCD 0024 0016 0011, and we were at page 0020 of that document. I had asked you some questions about the section headed resolution. I just want to direct your attention to the paragraph that starts, analogous complaints to the Financial Ombudsman Service, FOS, have been made in the past, and those complaints have failed. And we see reasons put forward by ACBF's lawyers about why those claims had failed, including that the complainants had waited so long to allege some conduct caused them detriment, and relying on that conduct was in any event so unreasonable as to break any chain of causation. In our view, these are all difficulties that would be faced by Ms Walsh should she initiate a dispute with FOS. Do you see that?
I do.
So she was warned by this letter not to take her matter to FOS because she would fail?
I'm unaware. That was prior to my time, but
Well, you
from
can see what's...
reading that, I believe that was sent to the legal aid group that were representing her at the time. Yes.
Yes, and you agree that by making these statements in that letter, ACBF was warning Ms Walsh not to go to FOS because she would fail.
Potentially. Yes.
Why potentially, Mr Jones?
Well, obviously, the council that she has would have to make a decision on whether or not they would succeed under the...
Yes, but this was the position being conveyed by your lawyers.
If that's their position, I can't speak to that other than the advice and counsel that they give.
Well, having said this to Ms Walsh nevertheless decided to lodge a dispute with FOS in the face of these statements, didn't she?
She has.
And ACBF filed lengthy submissions in response to her FOS dispute.
I'm unaware. They were sitting with our solicitors for some time, and it's only in recent times that obviously that I've been made aware of it. And
Well, ACBF instructed its solicitors to make those submissions, didn't it?
they did.
Yes. And those submissions had the same general tenor as this correspondence. They strongly refuted Ms Walsh's position.
I'm sure it's a terminology that all solicitors use in their documentation when they're sending it out.
Do you agree that they strongly refuted Ms Walsh's position?
I agree.
Yes. But despite that, on the same day as filing those submissions that strongly refuted Ms Walsh's position, ACBF sent a letter to Ms Walsh's lawyers offering to settle the dispute.
Correct.
And why did ACBF make the offer to Ms Walsh at that time?
I dare say from the mounting legal costs that the position was, would be cheaper to settle than to continue to fight it.
So the offer was made because it was cheaper to pay Ms Walsh out than to continue to defend the claim.
I can't speak to the nature of the offer or those that instructed the solicitors to make that offer.
Well, who instructed the solicitors to make that offer? You're the CEO, Mr Jones.
Sorry, I thought you were referring to the letter that was sent in 2016 or 17.
No, I'm talking now about the offer that was made on the same day as your submissions were filed in FOS.
Yes. Sorry.
Did you instruct the offer to be made?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
To move forward.
Because of the legal costs.
That, and I didn't believe it was a case from looking at the documentation that we had deceived Miss Walsh, and that I was sympathetic to the fact that she had paid more,
I'm sorry, you were sympathetic to the fact that,
that she had paid over her benefit amount.
yes,
Yes, and we wanted to increase the benefit amount to the $10,000, and we would no longer she would no longer have to continue to contribute.
so you didn't believe that she had been deceived or misled, is that
No,
right?
That's correct.
But you had mounting legal costs in defending the claim, and you felt some sympathy for her because she had paid over her maximum benefit amount,
Of course. Yep.
and she wouldn't recover the amount that she had paid over that amount.
Yes.
Now, that settlement offer was made after ACBF became aware that Ms Walsh was going to be giving evidence in the Royal Commission, wasn't it?
Correct.
So ACBF's offer to Ms Walsh was also informed by its knowledge that she would be coming here, as she did yesterday, to give evidence about these events.
Similar to the other circumstances where the individuals, this is well prior to the Royal Commission, the instances where we had elected to, those that had contacted us, stop benefit amounts being deducted, premiums being deducted or paid, that's the position that we took.
But Ms Walsh had contacted you about those matters for some time. She had, through her lawyers, talked to you about those matters since 2016, and you didn't make any offer to her at that time.
That wasn't party then, so I can't speak to previous management.
I see. And it was only after it became clear that she would be attending and giving evidence that this settlement offer was made at this time.
Correct.
Thank you. I've no further questions for the witness, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Ms Orr. Yes, Mr McMillan.
Thank you, Commissioner. I apologise for my voice, and to the extent that I've interrupted learned counsel assisting with my coughing, I apologise. It's that time of year, unfortunately. Mr Jones, you were asked a number of questions by counsel assisting about the advertising that ACBF has run in newspapers, on radio and on television going back to 2012.
Correct.
And you were shown a number of examples of those advertisements, which you told counsel assisting you hadn't seen before. Prior to giving evidence here today, had you been asked by the Royal Commission to investigate ACBF's previous advertising in Indigenous communities?
No.
You were also asked some questions about the decision of Justice Logan in the Federal Court relating to the ability of ACBF customers to pay their premiums using the Centre Pay facility.
Correct.
And you're asked some questions about ACBF's challenge to that decision by the Minister.
Correct.
From your perspective, what was the benefit to ACBF's customers for using the Centre Pay facility as opposed to a direct debit facility?
That there was no fees associated with payments that were unsuccessful.
So those would be dishonour fees.
Dishonour fees, yeah, correct.
And is that dishonour fees a problem for ACBF's customers who now use direct debit facilities?
Yes, it is.
Do you wish to say any more about that?
We're working with the Commonwealth Bank in providing, when the new payment system comes in, the instant payment system comes into line, with the B Point, which is their payment merchant, that it would have reduced or no fees associated with any deducting.
Thank you. You're also shown a letter, and could I ask for the letter to be put on the screen again, ACBF 0006 0001 0046. I'm sorry, I think I've gone to the page that you were asked about. Could I go to the first page of that document, please? You recall being asked about this letter from February 2017.
Correct.
And Councillor Assisting suggested to you in her preface to her questions that this was a letter sent to a sales representative who is not in the field. Do you remember her suggesting that to you?
I do.
Now, could I ask for page 0046 to be shown again? Under the section General Duties, under the section... I apologise, it is on the previous page, 0045. Yes, under the section Location, could you just read that to yourself? And the paragraph immediately above it, starting with the words, "It is essential."
Yes.
You read that?
Yes.
Now, it would appear from those paragraphs that this letter was sent to one of the company's employees based in Rockhampton.
From reading that, yes.
Are there any non-field staff based in Rockhampton?
No.
So should we conclude, or the Commission conclude from that, that this letter must have been sent to one of the field staff?
Correct.
You're also asked about, thank you, you're also asked about an ASIC report. No, I'm sorry. You're asked about some questions about the 6,000 odd members whose plans were cancelled following the failed challenge to the centre pay decision.
Correct.
And it was suggested to you that rather it was a case that their plans were failed after you were not able to locate those customers following that decision.
Correct.
You recall that? Have any of those members whose plans were cancelled by ACBF following that decision subsequently contacted the company to say, "Oh, here I am I still covered?"
Any that did?
Have any of those members whose plans were cancelled?
I'm aware that some have, yes.
And what has been ACBF's response to those customers?
They were either reinstated in full or signed up to new policies.
You're asked about a number of the media releases that were issued in late June and early July this year, and specifically you're asked some questions about those media releases' comments about suicide.
Correct.
And specifically, Councillor Assisting drew your attention, I'm sorry, Commissioner, to the suggestion in those releases that suicide payments made by ACBF were made at a loss.
Correct.
Has ACBF paid out any of its policies in relation to suicide since that policy was changed to allow for such payments?
I believe they have.
Do you know how many?
No, I'm not sure.
That policy change was relatively recent, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And prior to that, had ACBF paid any of its paid out on any of its policies in relation to suicide?
In some instances, yes.
And those payments were by way of refund of fees rather than payment on the policy, weren't they?
Correct. Well, in all instances, yes.
In all instances?
In that case, yes.
Were administration charges deducted from those refunds?
No.
So is that the loss that's referred to in those media statements?
Yes.
The fact that the administration charges were not charged?
Yes.
It was suggested to you by Councillor Assisting when she was questioning you about Ms Walsh that ACBF had reduced Ms Walsh's premium from $12,000 to $8,000. You recall that suggestion being
do.
made?
Just the premium or the amount covered?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, yes, the benefit amount.
Correct.
The suggestion was that ACBF had reduced the benefit amount from 12,000 to 8,000.
Correct.
Could I ask you please to have a look at RCD 0024 0016 0001? Now, this is the letter that you were shown earlier that appears to have been sent to Ms Walsh on the 15th of December 2005.
Correct.
And I think you referred in your evidence earlier, prior to being shown this letter, to your recollection that Ms Walsh was contacted by ACBF within a few weeks of her application.
That's correct.
And it's you can see from the third paragraph of that letter, ACBF explaining to Ms Walsh that it was unable to process her application with the chosen benefit amount,
Correct.
but rather that they accepted her application for the benefit amount of $8,000.
Correct.
So is it the case that ACBF reduced her benefit amount from 12,000, or is it rather that her application was not accepted at that level but accepted at a lesser level?
Yes.
The latter is true.
The latter is true, sorry.
I look forward to you explaining that distinction to me later, Mr McMillan.
I'm sorry.
No doubt in writing. Yes, go on.
And finally, Mr Jones, you were asked about your statement, which was produced in response to the Commission's rubric 4-10, and I think it was suggested to you that that statement was produced in response to Ms Walsh's statement. You recall that suggestion?
Yes.
Your statement in response to rubric 4-10 was dated on the 13th of June 2018, and Ms Walsh's statement is dated on the 26th of June 2018. Did you have Ms Walsh's statement at the time of preparing your statement?
I can't recall.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Did you have a draft of her statement? Did you have a draft of her statement at the time that you prepared your statement?
I may have, yes. Well, I would have.
Yes, do you want to follow that out, Mr McMillan, at all?
No, thank you.
Is all?
Just to be clear, Commissioner, on the 21st of May 2018, you were served with a rubric seeking a statement which annexed an outline of Ms Walsh's evidence.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr Jones. You may step down. You're excused. Further attendance?
Commissioner, that concludes the case study in relation to ACBF. We turn now to a case study in relation to Select. If possible, could we have 10 minutes prior to commencing that case study to allow us to deal with some set-up issues for the next witness?
Is 10 going to be enough if I come back at 1:45? Well, I'll say I'll come back at 1:45. If the set-up takes longer, tell me. I won't come in, but let's aim for 1:45.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.